Now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. It is now exactly 6 in the a.m. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are having a good time. And if you're not, don't worry. The day is still long. There is a chance that things might change moving forward. And whatever you cannot change by there, don't worry about it. Things always find a way of taking care of themselves. My name is Mongala Movie and this is the People's Breakfast. You are on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. And guess who's in the studio with me? This gentleman, he's got white beard, white hair, but most importantly, he's got something that we call wisdom. Siti Muga, good morning.
Babu umenipakasiagi?
Simesikia venye nimekusell.
Mazeni nimeshukuru.
Saizi unakwambia you're a company that can actually be registered on the Dow Jones.
Huyu jamani nani?
Nasdaq. Okay, Nairobi Securities Exchange.
Oh, stock exchange, bro. So useme stock exchange.
Ile design nimekuuza, bro. Right now your stock is worth more than $10 per nini. Nida kwaje?
Inapimwa nani? Mimi sijui hizo mambo bwana.
Per share. Yes, per share.
$10 per share.
$10 per share. Na hiyo ni kwanza tu. By the time I sell you at the end of this week, you're gonna be a Fortune 500 biashara.
Kweli?
Yeah.
Mimi.
Unasikia venye nakupaka mafuta bado?
Hii mafuta mazeni sawa.
City Club for me. Thank you. How are you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you. Yes.
Life inakupeleka namna gani?
Life ni sawa, bro. Life is fine.
Yesterday I was not doing good, but
yesterday
this morning,
you are this cold. You, my friend, and you're cold.
Yes.
Uliniambukiza mafua.
No.
You did, but I'm not complaining. No, I sneezed and I knew it was oncoming. But I have a very robust immune system.
There's something in the car I can give you, and you'll be.
You are not giving me anything in your car. Sorry, you keep your whatever it is in your car. I keep it there. I'm not interested in something.
Nikikupatia, I promise you in 1 hour.
Pana.
So yesterday I left here. I wanted to go to the hospital, but I decided I'll go condole with the family of my friend, as I told you. Went there. Yes. Stayed with them for quite a while. Then left there, went to hospital, got treated, and then went home and got a lot of rest as prescribed by daktari.
So rest imesaidia?
Imesaidia sana.
You're feeling much better.
You have no idea. This morning, first of all, I woke up feeling as though I am a new human being.
Well, rest does that for you.
Yes. And I'm going to do the same today again. So tomorrow, Wednesday morning, I feel like 2 new human beings.
Good for you, man.
Hapa nimetumia akili, sindio?
Mingi.
All right.
Mingi akili mingi.
It's a brand new month, still 2 days old, but still brand new. And yesterday, being 1st of December, was actually World AIDS Day, something I forgot to mention. But we celebrate, or we remember, every single first day of December as World AIDS Day. So
I used to remember those dates religiously.
Oh, yeah.
Because I work in that field. I'm surprised how it's just escaped my mind completely.
It's normal. These things happen. You've never forgotten your own birthday?
I have to be reminded.
Seriously?
Yes.
I was actually joking.
No.
You forget your own birthday?
I'm not concerned about it. Yes.
Birthdays I cannot forget are mine, my children's birthdays, my partner's birthday, and then my parents' birthday. Oh yes, and my 2 late brothers. Those birthdays I cannot forget.
How many brothers do you have, Paul?
2.
They passed away?
All of them.
Pole. Sister?
None.
Okay.
So hizo ndizo zile siku siwezi sahau hata nini fanyike. But sometimes, once in a while, depending on mood and feelings.
Mood.
Unaweza amka ulikuwa umepanga kuambia mtu happy birthday na inakupita tu hivyo. Sometimes you can wake up stressed, City. And then you just forget. Maybe because last night you received some news and then you wake up in the morning and then you remember, but I still have to deal with this issue. Then you go on about your day, forget something significant, and then someone gets angry.
The thing about being a man and being a man whose years are clearly and definitively advancing.
Yeah.
There are those who say there's an element of memory loss. They don't remember as often as they used to. But often your system is overloaded.
Yeah.
When you get older, the cares of this particular world don't get less, they get more.
Actually, they do. I agree with you.
You understand more, and if you are still in gainful engagement like we are, you will find that there are responsibilities you have to take care of. Now, those who argue, I remember we had this discussion, a friend of mine is saying, the community comes from kila mtu ni man solo. I told him, actually, mine is the complete opposite. But even I cannot watch somebody whom I happen to know go through a difficult time and then I do not do something about it. That I also cannot do.
You are compassionate and it's a good thing.
You know, my friend, that's one way of looking at it, but I look at it very differently.
Yeah.
The more I engage with people and the more I do, the more I learn about giving or not giving, the more I understand people. And that understanding makes my life on this planet a lot simpler than for most people.
True story.
Because I actually do understand people.
Yeah.
Yes.
True story. Today is also the 2nd day of December, and it's International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. Again, International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. We still have slavery in this day and age.
We do. Remember I mentioned you're part of this world, one of those island nations, where I was about to say the planetary institution is not planetary.
Yeah.
They are institutions that monitor the movement of people who are not free.
Yeah.
And they look at how it is that each country fares. There are countries that still have people, when you look at the living conditions and the manner in which they work, they fit the description of slaves. There are countries that still.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, when we think of slavery sometimes, not all the times, but there are some people who perhaps don't even know what modern slavery is all about.
Yes.
Because we think of slavery as like when the Egyptians enslaved the Israelites, or when black people were sold all over the world and other people from also other places were sold all over the world. And we think that is the only form of slavery. There are a lot of ways to enslave people. There is sexual slavery. There is, of course, labor slavery, and other kinds of slavery, of course. If you focus on this particular day, and if you just check out what the day is all about, you'll get to see that and much more. So the United Nations decided that today is going to be commemorated as that particular day. So if you check out their website, this is un.org. They'll tell you what modern slavery is all about, and they will actually tell you some of the laws that are against this particular situation, and perhaps also how you can contribute towards abolition of slavery all over the world.
Yeah.
Yes, you can report, you can talk about it, you can sensitize people on it, regardless of where you are in the world. Hata kama uko Mukuru kwa Njenga, perhaps there is a situation that unonanga and you can actually recognize from what you read and understand that this is slavery. Even child labor, by the way, that is also modern day slavery, where you employ someone who's supposed to be in school. Surely, how do you get away with that? So let's focus on this particular day, and let's try our very best in our own simple ways, which, by the way, together become major ways in the quest to abolish. To abolish. To abolish slavery. Leo methali inatupeleka wapi city? Bado tuko Burundi. Kule uliniambia ati their capital city. You told me about that country, and I mean about that capital city, and I said I'd go home and check it out, and I forgot. But anyway, tell us about Burundi today.
Well, I told you that the commercial headquarters is actually called Bujumbura, some people know of.
Yes.
Economic capital. But the seat of government is a place called Gitega.
Gitega, that's the name. Right.
Yes, not Itega.
Like Gitau, but Gitega.
Yes.
Okay.
Very well said. Don't tell more bedtime stories when the child has gone to sleep.
Don't tell?
More
stories.
Bedtime stories when the child has gone to sleep. The bedtime stories are supposed to lull the child to sleep. So when they've gone to sleep, why are you continuing the story?
Yeah, unaona mtoto amelala alafu uko chapter 16.
Yes, and then where? Shalala.
That was the whole idea.
You might actually wake them up.
Yes.
Then now you have another problem. Yes.
You've just mentioned that, and then I remembered. There are times when my child was really tiny. Kuna wakati alikuwa anaamka, anaangalia across the room, alafu kanarudi kana bleki. That's a form of sleepwalking, right? Well, not sleepwalking,
Yes.
but
No,
it's a form of sleep being awake.
It is sleep seeing.
Suddenly she just wakes up like, oh.
And then eyes open, looks left, right, and then goes back.
And then she just blacks out again, and I'm like, it's cute, it's sweet.
Sawa mina sikia wewe.
How is your sleep pattern? Do you wake up in the middle of the night to relieve yourself?
I do.
Drink some water maybe.
I consume a great deal of water. So I have a cycle. So I even know it.
Yes. I
will wake up to go and relieve myself, then go back to sleep. Every night it happens twice.
Okay.
The second time, I am now waking up because it's 2.
Yes.
Mimi
kama Paul Mungala Mbuvi. Nikilala mpaka asubuhi.
Yes.
The only thing that will wake me up is perhaps maybe a stomachache, or I hear some disturbance. That's the only time I'll wake up.
Disturbance like what? Stomach rumbling? Or?
No. Disturbance in the environment. So maybe my neighbors upstairs decide to make
to move furniture.
All right, fine. To move furniture. Or if someone honks their horn really loud, that's the only time I'll wake up. Lakini ingine ni shadows until my alarm tells me, bro, wake up.
I was reading an article the other day.
Yeah.
By a lady called Pamela Sitoni. And it related to the show that I think features in the media that she works for.
Right.
It was an interesting article. And there's somebody who I think oversees and audits these shows. And among the things that she mentioned was in a memoir I think this gentleman wrote. It's a gentleman. There's a gentleman, this person. And they were saying that one of the things that they feel one should not do is do what we're doing now.
Which is?
Chit-chat. Said you should just get straight to the subject matter and discuss it.
Right.
So mambo ati so uliamkaje? And no. And I read it with interest and I said, it's interesting, isn't it? How perspectives differ on such matters. But what I found odd, when you look at the numbers, people like listening to chit-chat.
They do like listening to chit-chat.
It's odd, but they do.
Yep.
So then I would argue that if they do, then what is odd is not the chit-chat. What is odd that somebody should find it odd?
It is odd that someone finds it odd.
Yes. Because perhaps they haven't understood that that chit-chat is actually something that, oddly enough, before I worked in radio, I didn't know. And I was surprised when I found out that actually there are people who actually wake up in the morning and they want to listen to that chit-chat.
Let me tell you, rules of radio are different all over the world. For instance, at the BBC, you wouldn't find this chit-chat. They get straight to the point. Their links are literally seconds long, not more than 30. So someone gets in and tells you, that was Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. But coming right up, I'll be telling you about the traffic in Nairobi. Don't go too far. Coming right up next is Sean Paul, and the song is Temperature.
Tulum.
Within 20 seconds, in, out, done. But the other places, like in Kenya, where people chit-chat before they get into the story.
And we really chit-chat.
Yeah. So, Simbaya. Wacha nisalimie Don Sabo before tuingie katika rgk.co.ke. Don Sabo anasema, Mbuvi, ask City, what is the state of Mount Kenya politics after the violence, mud, and a lot of cash all over in North Mbere elections?
But was there really much violence in North Mbere? Not really. There was violence in Kasipul. There was violence in Malaba. There was violence in Kisii.
Malava, you mean?
I said Malava.
Okay, I had Malaba. But anyway, yes, Malava.
Malava.
Okay, in that love zone, there was violence.
Yes. Kisii, there was serious violence. Oh, yes.
Okay.
MCAs. There was violence. Serious.
Yeah.
Serious violence. Now, those are the hot spots, if you ask me. The other places, people just voted and life went on.
Okay. Good stuff. Sawa basi. Don Sabo, we shall be having, of course, more conversations around around what transpired in those particular areas, as we also talk about the political future of this country. We are obviously in that space where it is our responsibility as the People's Breakfast to ensure that we have that chit-chat. And of course, for you as the audience, pun intended, and of course for you as the audience to also let us know your thoughts as far as that is concerned, because at the end of the day, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that we make this country a better what?
Place.
A better place. All right. RadioGeneration.co.ke is where we are at right now. Ruto cracks down on hooliganism and warns leaders against using youth for chaos. All right. Bradley Bosire ndiye ametuandikia hii story, and this is what Bradley has said, that President William Ruto has directed the National Police Service to take firm action against politicians accused of deploying young people to perpetrate violence, destroy property, and endanger lives. Speaking on Monday during the graduation of chiefs and assistant chiefs at the National Police College in Embakasi A campus in Nairobi, the president said lawlessness would not be tolerated and instructed Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to ensure all perpetrators of hooliganism and incitement are identified and prosecuted. Sasa hapa ndipo ninataka niachie hapo, alafu niulize maswali mawili matatu. From what I understand, again, the president cannot instruct the IG, or can he?
Which country are we in?
We are in Kenya. Our capital is Nairobi. We are an East African country.
Right. There is something called nostalgia. When you've grown up in a system where the president was the begin and end all of everything, it takes a bit of time for you to internalize the fact that we have a new constitution.
Okay.
It's not just this president.
But we've had this constitution for over a decade now.
Doesn't matter. It takes time. We had the other constitution for
decades.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
More than.
And the other constitution appeals more to human nature. Human nature doesn't really like checks and balances. Checks and balances we are taught checks and balances. It is learned behavior. Now, leadership the world over seems to, what people tend to engage in is a process of trying to see how best they can beat the system.
Right.
The system is set up because there's an understanding of how human beings will behave when they've got power. Okay? What the president has pronounced is something that presidents would love dearly to pronounce. We see somebody in a country called America trying to do this on a daily basis. He himself has his own goon squad. It's called ICE. MAGA.
That is a legal goon squad.
It's a goon squad.
Wacha wakusikie utakanyanga yapotea huko kwao.
Bro, it's a goon squad. Yeah. Unless we are saying that the things we read about or we observe are make-believe that has been manufactured in Hollywood. No. That is precisely what the fellow does. The fellow wakes up and executive order, wakes up and... I mean, that guy is all over the place. It's not me making it up. I'm merely commenting on what I have observed over time.
Right.
Compared to that, we have a very orderly president. Very orderly.
I have instructed the Inspector General of Police that these individuals should face severe legal action to end hooliganism and stop activities that threaten the security of our country. I agree. People should be arrested, taken to court, wafungwe.
But that actually is not his job.
Yes, because again now when we go back to...
There is a commission that's supposed to handle these matters.
Yeah.
The president can ask
the
commission to look into it and ensure that this happens. But he actually is not the appointing authority. The commission is supposed to be the appointing authority. See, that's what I'm telling you, nostalgia.
So, may I have a question?
Ask.
Again, it's in regards to this, but also it's in regards to the title of our president. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Yes.
Yeah. So the police are not armed forces.
No, they are not. They are
armed forces are the Kenya Defense Forces.
Amri Baba. Yes.
So he's the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces.
Yes.
So hapo kwa police, he's not the commander-in-chief.
No, he's not.
IG is the commander-in-chief.
Yes.
of this particular.
Yes, and the IG is that position when it falls vacant is filled by a police service commission.
All right. Now,
just like you have a judicial service commission,
yes,
parliamentary service commission,
they recommend this person,
teacher service commission.
It's okay. Yes. So these people can say within their ranks we have appointed, or rather we have suggested so and so to be the next IG.
Yes, and then 3 names according to our rules and regulations
are presented
to the president. Yes.
And then the president says, "Picky, ponky."
Who you?
Yeah. Okay. Of course, he doesn't.
Or he says, "Wachana hawa, bring another lot."
Then eventually he decides it's this person.
Yes.
So now, at the end of the day, IG Douglas Kanja akiambiwa hii mambo na president.
Have you seen the way these people stand to attention in the president?
And they salute, yeah. And I get it, because I mean the president is the president, is the CEO of the country, so he is accorded a certain level of respect, fine. But I just have a question about this whole instructing part. And then when the IG doesn't act on these instructions, should we question and ask, wait, Uliambua na president
he's not supposed to take instructions from the president. Yeah. It's really that simple.
Okay.
Just like parliament is not supposed to take instructions from the president, but they do.
All right. So forget what the president has said or hasn't said. You want to tell me that the Inspector General of Police doesn't know that there are some people who are responsible for the violence we witnessed, and these people should be arrested? Is he carrying out any investigations, for instance, that we should know of?
I do not blame the Inspector General of Police, neither do I have anything to say on the subject, for a simple reason. If the citizens of a country do not appreciate or understand the full weight of the constitution they have and do not apply it in their lives, it can't be the Inspector General's problem.
Yep.
The Inspector General did not receive bribes on behalf of the people of Mbere or wherever else people were bribed. The citizens of this country must grow up and mature up and decide to behave like grown-ups when it comes to handling matters, not children where every time something comes up, you look at who it is you need to kick that can down towards. Oh, you know that he should have done this. Oh, what do you mean he should have?
But wait a minute. We had violence during the by-election in certain places.
And the police are the ones who perpetrate this violence.
I have not said that. But when violence is committed, shouldn't the police arrest the people responsible?
The police did arrest people who perpetrated violence.
All right, for example, in Kasipul, I understand
17 ndani.
Perhaps others will be arrested after that. But shouldn't we see also the people responsible for, because these 17 people, yes, they are the ones who meted the violence, perhaps, maybe, I don't know.
No, these ones were heading to just add fuel to the fire.
Yeah. Sasa kuna mtu mwenye alisema endeni mfanye hii kazi.
Aliwalipa.
Akawalipa waenda wakafanya hiyo drama. Huyo mtu ni nani? Ama watu ni akina nani? Watu wanafaa washikwe pia. So that in the next general election in 2027, we do not see this happening in Kitui or Mbere or Kasipul and other places where we shall have elections.
There's a gentleman who's currently serving as a member of parliament for a constituency I will not mention.
Right.
There's one general election where he was found with quite a large number of machetes in his vehicle. He's a man who believed that politics without violence wasn't quite... Well, not only was he arrested, he was jailed. There's a point I'm trying to make here.
Yes.
There's only so much the police can do. It's a simple fact. Policing is made possible when the public support the efforts of the police. This same public who perpetrate violence are the same public that's supposed to vote. Though sometimes I'm of the opinion these people who perpetrate violence don't even have voters' cards. Some don't even have IDs, so they don't even vote.
Yeah.
The question you should be asking is, how did we begin this culture of political violence, and what is it that fuels it every so often when you have an election?
Yeah.
And why is it that we haven't gotten to the root cause of it? Forget dealing with it. What is the root cause of this thing? Is it poverty? Is it lack of opportunities? What is it? And in which areas do you find violence perpetrated the most in this country with regards to an election? These are the things you need to answer. When those questions are answered, then the process of dealing with it becomes a lot simpler. Right now, it is not simple.
Anyway, we all know, we're just saying it because it has got to be said, but we all know things are not as simple as they look.
No, they're not.
And vitu kwa ground wanga tofauti.
In tofauti. I know of places where the police negotiate with thugs. The hooligans are known and the people who lead the hooligans because it's a hierarchy. There are those who are given money to find the boys who then proceed to perpetrate. It's like a structure within the military. They are generals. These generals are people who are negotiated with. These generals get money from whoever it is who wishes to propagate this violence, or it's the same people who sometimes are used to mobilize, and they're known. If you want X number of people, if you want X number of people who will boo, if you want X number of people who will clap, yes.
The people who made this hooliganism into a proper business.
It is a thriving growth industry.
It even has a corporate structure.
It has a structure. You want this sort of thing, you get. You want women who are going to do this, you look for so and so.
There's a CEO.
Yes.
There is a deputy CEO. There's even a communications office.
There is a structure. You can't go to so and so directly. Go and see so and so, and you'll be told.
They even have a receptionist.
They'll tell you, go and see so and so. That so and so will tell you, okay, let me pass word. I'll get back to you, but don't come back to me. Go and see so and so. Yes.
You even pay the money. They even have bank accounts.
At every point of discussion, you are leaving money. None of this information is for free. Because if it was free, then you could do it yourself. You wouldn't need these people, would you?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yes.
Cameroonian opposition figure Anicet Ekane dies in detention.
Oh, dear. Dearie me.
Let's check this out. Left-wing Cameroonian opposition figure Anicet Ekane has died in state custody 5 weeks after his arrest. His lawyers and political party has confirmed. Ekane, who's 74, was a senior member of the opposition coalition that endorsed Issa Chiroma Bakari in the October presidential election. Authorities have not released an official cause of death. His party, the African Movement for New Independence and Democracy, MANIDEM, has accused the government of denying him access to essential education, an allegation officials have rejected. A MANIDEM spokesperson said Ekane died on Monday morning at a military medical facility after his condition deteriorated over the weekend. The family later transferred the body to a mortuary, and Defense Ministry spokesperson Captain Cyril Saj Atonfak said Ekane died from illness but did not provide further details. He noted that Ekane suffered from various chronic pathologies and had been admitted to the military medical center of the National Gendarmerie, where he was well taken care of by doctors since his arrest in October of this year. So this person died in custody. You know, when I look at countries where opposition leaders are arrested and then detained, I mean, arresting is kawaida, but sometimes I just wonder. Anyway, I compared with our own country here, Kenya, and I ask myself, of all the opposition leaders, who can actually be arrested and detained for even more than a day?
And you know why that can't happen?
Why?
We have a constitution.
We have even these countries, I'm sure, have a constitution.
No, they don't have a constitution like ours.
Cameroon ain't a constitution.
They do, not like ours. They don't have one like ours.
Yeah.
Our constitution whittles down the power of the president considerably.
Yeah.
He's independent. He has powers pertaining to the president. The independence of our institutions is at the core of the process that we call holding each other to accountability. The understanding is that the judiciary should be independent parliament. And the understanding is that they should act as a check for each other.
Yeah.
The executive is forever and always trying to influence this the world over. That's why you have the written constitution, which then acts as the support system for ensuring that this independence is entrenched. You
know, I remember during the time of President Moi, when opposition leaders started coming out and they started being vocal, and the what are they called? The repercussions were less and less severe. We remember the likes of course, the late Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Kuna vitu alikuwa anafanya wakati wa Moi, and the guy is still breathing days later, and you're like, wow, okay. We also have the Iron Lady, Honorable Martha Karua.
Bro, people died.
I know. And then we have, of course, the Honorable Martha Karua, even her, very vocal, and she still continued breathing after that.
We are not in the habit of jailing politicians who are women in this country.
Right.
Rarely.
But there's a point I'm making. Then came in President Kibaki, where now it was open market. You do whatever you gotta do, say whatever you gotta say. Sisi tutaendelea na kazi. Constitution. Then we got the new constitution, and then of course we had President Uhuru, where now I think there were a new breed of activists and politicians, and anybody could say anything and anyone could do whatever. And I'm talking about opposition leaders here. I'm not talking about these young people who disappear every once in a while. And I cannot imagine that happening in another. Look at Uganda, for example. We have Honorable Kizza Besigye. Then go to Tanzania, Tundu Lissu, and I'm sure others that we do not know.
My friend.
Yeah.
My friend. Where?
Sasa ninajiuliza maswala kwa ajili ya places like Cameroon, where you hear an opposition leader has been detained, and the person even goes ahead and becomes sick. They are taken to a military facility, as opposed to here in Kenya. Perhaps if something similar were to happen, they'll probably be taken to one of the high-end private hospitals and perhaps, be treated and, leave the hospital. But in these other countries, I hear of horror stories, my friend. Horror stories. Horror.
Paul, the thing about a constitution, especially when it's a constitution that has been written down and clearly documented, it brings into force a certain alternate reality that people are not accustomed to. That business as usual can't be business as usual. When somebody becomes the president of this country, it takes a bit of time before you wrap your head around the realities of the constitution, the limitations that you actually have. Uhuru complained about the courts until this president has complained about the courts, but not like Uhuru. Uhuru could really complain about the courts. This president, you don't actually hear him complaining much. The reason is because they want to do something, someone goes to court, the court says stop.
Actually, I think this president has been stopped more times than all the other presidents.
He doesn't complain as much as Uhuru used to complain.
No, but I'm talking about being stopped though. He goes ahead and does, and then he realizes, wamekata hiyo pia. Okay, tuweke ingine. Hiyo wamekatalia. Okay, tuweke ingine. Uhuru will ya kwanza azushe.
You see, this is how we are maturing in our democracy. And the courts are enabling us. Every time something gets to court, we are building on our stove jurisprudence. We're getting to understand how our laws work. And we're getting to understand the interpretation of these laws. The more these things happen, the more informed we are. So these are good things. Now, our neighbors who don't have a constitution like ours consider these things dangerous.
When I look at our own opposition figures,
yes,
I do not see a police station that can hold Kalonzo Musyoka.
Why would you want to arrest Kalonzo?
If he commits a crime, he should be arrested.
Yes,
I'm just saying that if he actually commits a crime.
Kalonzo is not known to have committed a crime all these years. He's been in politics.
Exactly.
He's not known to have broken the law all these years. The man has been in politics.
There's a point. When I look at DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua, sioni police station inaweza mshikilia hii country. Maybe apelekwe kwingine tusikie alifungiwa Sudan.
But why would they want to arrest him?
I'm just saying that if they actually commit a crime, they should be arrested. They should.
His utterances, some argue, skirt on what we refer to as hate speech. But that you need to go to court to prove it's hate speech, man.
Sioni mahali utashika Wamalwa umfungie mimi.
Wapi?
Si ndio nakwambia sioni. Sioni mahali utashika sioni mahali utashika Sifuna umweke. Kuna watu wengine hata ukishika kama Babu Owino unaleta tu shida, whether he has committed that crime or not. Mike Songo utamshika umpeleke wapi? You know what? Let's check out this traffic situation. Ngong Road looking. Let me see. So again, at the junctions, and it's obvious because you're all coming from different directions trying to join the main road, so you will definitely experience some traffic. For instance, pale Kindaruma Road, Kijoin Ngong Road, I can see a little bit of traffic there. This is Mugo Kibiru Drive, also joining Ngong Road is trafficy at this particular hour. Then Elgeyo Marakwet Road, when you're trying to cross Ngong Road into Suna Road, a little bit of traffic there. Then there's one big red line. This is at the Kilimani and the Joseph Kangeve intersection, the T junction. As you're joining Ngong Road, that is definitely bumper to bumper right now. Moving down further, as you're heading towards Kawangware, Naivasha Road, a little bit of traffic there. And then we have Mapa ni wapi, Jamhuri Road iko clear this particular hour. Sehemu za Kibera Drive also looking good. Actually, the entire Kibera area is looking good at this particular hour. Kweni CJ shatokeze watu watoi kwenda kazini. Southern Bypass looking good at this particular hour. And then last but not least, Mombasa Road. Let me see. Imara Daima naona pale at the Cabanas bus stop. A little bit of traffic there, but that's because it's expected. People are boarding this matatu, so yeah, a little bit of traffic there. Ukirudi all the way back to Mlolongo, a little bit of traffic as you're approaching from Kitengela, pale karibu na the Catholic Church in Mlolongo. But after that, because of the stage, everything else opens up. If I zoom out and try and see what folks in Mombasa are experiencing, watu wa Mombasa na sasa hivi mshalala, bado hamjaamka, mna stress yoyote. Naangalia pale sehemu za Shimanzi, mko sawa, Makupa hamna shida yoyote, Tuda hamna shida, lakini pale Nyali Bridge, New Nyali Bridge kuna ka traffic kidogo. Pale darajani ukielekea sehemu za New Nyali kumeshikana. Sehemu ya Sabasaba Ronald Ngala Road ikienda kushikana pale na Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, pale kuna trafiki kidogo. Sega sehemu hiyo pia kameshikana kidogo, lakini baada hapo barabara infunguka. Narok Road naona mko sawa, mna shida yote. Tononoka Road pale ambapo inaenda kushikana na Muslim Road, hiyo bridge kidogo iko na shida. Na Kuru Road naona mko sawa sawa. Jomvu Road hamna shida yoyote. Kenyatta Avenue yote mko sawa. Ukiona chochote barabarani, ngoja kidogo, hapa kuna shida kubwa tena sana. Mwembe tayari barabara hiyo imeshikamana kabisa, hamsongi hata kidogo. Pale karibu na Prestige Booking Office Mwembe tayari kuna trafiki. Lakini ukiona chochote pale barabarani waona nafaa kujua, basi longa nami nipate katika mitandao yetu ya Radio Gen KE across all socials.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Haya basi, tukiangalia katika magazeti yetu ya leo, tunaanza na The Standard. And this is what The Standard says at the front page. Hit by Russia's war. My oh my. They are calling it a deadly trap. Now in Ruaka, a family is shattered after their father, a matatu driver, was duped into traveling to Russia for a job only to be forced into military service and killed on the front line in Ukraine. Their grief exposes a far wider crisis. Africans are being swept into a covert Russian recruitment pipeline that preys on poverty and desperation. Security officials and global analysts say Moscow is targeting vulnerable populations to plug its troop shortages while shielding Russians from the true cost of war. Governments are now being urged to urgently protect citizens from this deadly dragnet. Yeah. So this is on the front page of The Standard. You know, I saw a documentary recently from Ukraine. Ukraine are actually enlisting their prisoners into the war. So if you
Russia began that before them, but anyway, go on.
Yeah. So if you are a petty criminal, perhaps you were in for a few months, for a few years, you're offered amnesty if you join the army, and after the end of your service in the army, you actually let go. And a lot of people enlisted. Many people enlisted. Hata wengine ulikuwa unaangalia hivi unaona huyu hawezi ingia kwa vita, lakini ameingia.
That's what happens with the war, my friend.
Yeah. I would actually, and it was voluntary. They were not forcing them. They just offered it to prisoners. They were like, if you want to shorten your prison sentence, enlist, and after your time in the service, you are free to go.
You see, they are Ukrainians, so even if they were in prison, they didn't become less Ukrainian. They were still Ukrainians, and since it's their country under threat, they've decided to do something.
Yes.
we can still participate, we can still help.
Yeah.
Right.
On the back page of the Standard Sports, World Athletics Awards fuel superstars campaign to shine in 2026. And then, so you can check out World Athletes of the Year for 2025. For instance, we had Sydney McLaughlin Lebron from the United States.
That sister can run. Yeah.
She's the Women's World Athlete of the Year. Mondo Duplantis from Sweden, Men's World Athlete of the Year. And then in Sydney...
And that's Swede. Why is he men's... what did he do?
Who?
That Swede.
The Swede?
Yeah.
I don't know. They just say Men's World Athlete of the Year.
Yeah, what did he do?
I don't know. Now you'd need to read this entire story.
Instead of asking you strange questions, I should go and read, isn't it?
No, I'm just saying,
yes,
for someone who's interested in knowing more, it's...
Because I'm wondering, I mean,
I
understand every year we have these people chosen. That McLaughlin,
yes,
I know what she does. Man, I've seen people run 400-meter hurdles.
Yes.
But I've never seen one who runs it like her. So I understand if they give it to her.
Yep.
I understand. And she anchored the 400 meters relay in World. I've seen her run. This week, I'm not certain.
You're not sure?
What does he do? Does he pole vault? Is it high jump? What is it?
We'll check him out in a while.
Yes.
In a short while. He's called Mondo Duplantis, yeah? Then there's Maria Perez. She's from España. She is the women's out of stadium. I don't know what out of stadium is.
Stadium is here.
Yeah, and then she's out. So outside there.
Yes, okay.
So what does she do outside there?
She outside.
And also we have men's out of stadium, Sebastian Sawe. But now when it comes to Kenya, we have Emmanuel Wanyonyi, men's track. This is World Athlete of the Year. Men's track, we have Emmanuel Wanyonyi.
That's the 800-meter runner.
And then actually Sebastian Sawe is also Kenyan. Yes, he's the men's out of stadium athlete of the year. And then we also have Edmund Serem from Kenya, men's rising star. So Wakenya katika hii list wako watatu. Kuna Edmund Serem, kuna Sebastian Sawe, alafu kuna Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Hawa ndio men athletes and women athletes. No, they're all men actually. Tusangalia Mondo Duplantis who anafanya nini. All right, on the Daily Nation front page it says, when public schools leave the poor behind. State faulted for failing to increase funding to match inflation. A new report has exposed inequalities in Kenya's education system, where a majority of learners in public schools lag behind those in private institutions due to inadequate funding, teacher shortages, and congestion. The Oxfam study also revealed how children from poor families are disadvantaged, reducing their chances at a better life. That story is on page 4. And like we said, today we're going to be hosting Oxfam. When they get here, we shall get to ask them more about this particular statistics, where they found them from, how they collected this particular data, and how old the data is, because sometimes we could be talking about data from 2021, yet we are 4 years into even a new government. Gachagua rattled his opposition allies with a Nairobi zoning plan. Yeah. A fresh storm has hit the united opposition after former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua unveiled a zoning plan that would bar affiliate parties from fielding candidates for governor. This is MP and also MCA positions in Nairobi. Breathalyzers, speed guns to help cut festive season crashes. This story is on page 3. Ruto, I will deal with goons. That story is on page 6. Tulikuwa tumeongelelea tukianza hapo kipindi cha The People's Breakfast. Siti Muga, over to you.
Right, in the Star. The Star today is free of charge. It is not for sale.
It is a Tuesday Star.
Yes, it is. Disquiet rebellion as northern MPs accuse Ruto of neglect over roads. Northeastern, okay? Start with Garissa. Well, it's all Garissa and continue onwards until you get to Moyale, Wajir, Mandera.
Yes.
Right. Those fellows have said, guy, you are not treating us well, and we're letting you know.
They actually made it very clear during the State of the Nation that the president did not address anything to do with that region as well. So not only are they complaining now, but I can assure you, going forward, they will complain. And don't forget that one of the areas that the president is hoping to have significant votes come 2027 is that region. So he will need to address them one way or another.
He has his work cut out for him, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, unbelievable. Kenya produces first evidence of hyena eating honey in Kajiado.
Yeah?
I think, let me read it out for you, so you understand what it is that I'm talking about, man. Scientists have caught a hyena red-handed eating honey. The hyena was captured in Kajiado with a massive dripping honeycomb clenched between its jaws. The scientists described the honeycomb as large, with what appears to be honey producing from both sides of the striped hyena's mouth, leaving little doubt that the animal intended to eat it or had eaten it, but they that had eaten it is me who is added. Here we present the first documented evidence of honey consumption by the hynid species, the scientists wrote. The moment was captured by a camera trap at 5:44 a.m. In the Kwenia Vulture Sanctuary in Kajiado on October 9th, 2024. Okay? So hyenas also eat honey. Umesikia?
Nimekusikia.
So do not underestimate the eating capacity. They have a diverse appetite for food. Wanakula honey. Court of Appeal to rule in March if abortion is a human right. The Court of Appeal will rule on March 27th next year whether the abortion is a fundamentally human right. The cases were filed by a group of petitioners including activists and Kyoko and Kenyan Christian Professionals Forum, the State Law Office, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Kakamega folk reject gold mining plan. Despite the excitement around the recently announced 680 billion gold discovery, exactly deposit, a resident of Isulu, Bushiangala and Musoli villages say they are left with more questions than answers. Bang in the middle of the paper, two things. One, there is a picture of the governor of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga, during the campaigns in Kasipul Kabondo with this gentleman. What is Were? The guy who was elected. Were? Boyd. Yes, I need it. Boyd.
That's the son of the late MP.
Yes, there's a picture of Boyd, and then there's Millie Odhiambo. Yes, and they all seem to be chanting something, and they seem fairly happy. Bang in the middle of the paper. Two top court judges to retire as 2027 looms. The exit of Ibrahim and DCJ Muli triggers succession debate. Okay, that is Ibrahim Mohammed and Philomena Mwilu. Okay, the retirement age is 70. When you get to the 7th floor,
this is for the judges now.
Supreme Court. When you get there, you out. Right? Right. Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting.
It's going to be even more interesting with time. Okay, that is the star. Now let us take a look.
Right.
At the East African.
Bang in the middle of the paper.
No, this one is newsmakers. Bang in the middle of the paper is in this other one. The bang in the middle of the paper, I mentioned yesterday.
Yes.
East African Presidents Summit put off. I mentioned yesterday. Newsmakers. Donald Trump. The United Opposition. The U.S. president says he will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover and terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions. This guy is not okay.
Yeah, he said all third world countries, but then again, when he went granular on that particular story, he mentioned a few countries, and it seems to target countries that are majorly or majority Islamic populated. So I wonder. And why would he use third world? Because third world is it's a wide political
third
term.
World, Southeast Asia, Latin America
kama yote, Africa kama yote. Okay, sasa apart from a few countries maybe like South Africa perhaps.
As I said, brother hako sawa. So tuache hapo, sio?
Damn.
Okay. Friedrich Merz The German Chancellor say Ukraine needs strong armed forces, and if a peace agreement is reached, it will continue to need strong armed forces and reliable security guarantees from its partners. Tayyip Erdogan,
that's the president of Turkey. Yeah.
The Turkish leader says debt to the Palestinian people is justice, and the foundation of this is to implement the vision of a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders.
Come again? He said what?
The debate, no, the debt, sorry.
The debt, any deni.
Deni, to the Palestinian people.
I had the death of the Palestinian people.
No, debt.
Okay.
Debt. Usually debt.
Dead.
Debt.
Yani deni.
Yes, yes. Sio tende, sio deti. Sio.
Sawa.
Umeshika. Bola Tinubu, sorry.
President of Nigeria.
El Presidente, my apologies. Bola Tinubu. Nigeria's president has vowed there will be no more hiding places for agents of evil and warns those who want to test Nigeria's resolve not to mistake restraint for weakness. I have no idea what he's talking about, but strong statement, this one. Yao Lorenzo.
Before we leave this Nigeria situation, there's I've been listening to Nigerians pronounce the name of their country as we say Nigeria. But every time I listen to Nigerians talking, I hear them say Nigeria.
Okay.
Is there a problem with how we pronounce Nigeria?
There is no problem. It's how we pronounce it.
But then on a serious note, even when I listen to celebrities such as this lady who sings, I'm forgetting her name, she says Nigeria.
Chief.
Yeah.
It's how they pronounce it. It is good. This country, what's the name of this country that we're in?
We're in Kenya.
Kenya.
Yeah, wazungu wanaitanga Kenya.
So
yeah, Kenya.
Right.
Yeah.
You're talking about the same country.
But now when natives call it differently, I even wonder whether we are saying it correctly.
What you're wondering, whether we are the ones who make a mistake. I wouldn't know. It is written Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nigeria.
The other country is called Niger, not Niger.
Yeah.
And then is Nigeria. Perhaps we have anglicized it, and we're the ones who, as you say correctly, maybe we're the ones who are mispronouncing it.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
I think going forward, I'll be calling it Nigeria.
You will listen to strange things. The Angolan leader says there is dire need for a new vision for the financial relationship between Africa and the international lending institutions so that Africans can invest in development. Point. Mohamed H. Daglo. This guy is Anus Kolhemedi, in other words, AKA. The Sudan paramilitary leader, in response to international efforts, has announced a humanitarian ceasefire, including a cessation of hostilities for 3 months. So he has said he's not going to be killing people for the next 3 months. Okay. So, yes, he has listened. He has been told, Mohammed, stop killing people. He said, okay, 3 months, I will not kill people. So long as they don't disturb me.
Yeah.
And that me was added.
But you know what? You have actually spoken his thoughts out loud for him. Perhaps that is what he's thinking about. As long as msinisumbua, na sitakuwa na shida nyinyi. Sawa.
Sitakuwa mtu.
But mkinisumbua.
Lakini hawa. I'll let shida. Then they have to go first.
Haya. Kuna story nilikuwa nataka kutuangalia hapa kidogo. Hii ya breathalyzers. Yeah?
I was rather hoping you would go there.
Yeah.
Over the festive season.
Yes, this is on page 3 of the Daily Nation. Kenya's transport sector is bracing for one of its busiest travel periods, with matatu operators and safety agencies warning of rising cases of reckless driving, fatigue, mechanical neglect, and general indiscipline on major highways. Police have promised enhanced patrols, use of speed guns and breathalyzers, and setting up of mobile courts to apprehend and fine offenders on the spot. Page 3 of the Daily Nation. Mi niko na shida na hiyo kitu, because nothing really happens as far as this is concerned. Yes, there will be roadblocks. Yes, you will be stopped for for the alcohol thingy, but I can assure you, these are just spaces for picking bribes and taking bribes.
You want to assure me?
Yeah, me, I'm telling you.
Should I feel assured?
Yes. Please, just be assured that situ kishikwa na makarao, there is only one thing and one thing alone. ni pesa utoe.
You see, I need to drink and drive at night.
No, you don't even need to drink and drive. Just take a drive at night and see where the stops are. And even just, you will see people being arrested for sure. Watapanishwa kwa hizo malori zao. Their vehicles will be towed. And I'm saying towed, quote unquote. Because no one is towing your vehicle. Then it will be, because one of the police officers is definitely going to drive your vehicle. And I'm saying this because I have witnessed it. Then when you get to the police station, you will be charged, of course, with drunk driving. Then unaambiwa unataka kwenda kotini ama unataka tumalizane saa hizi uende nyumbani. Then once you give your bribe, they even allow you to drive home in your drunk state.
And so what if I'm not drinking and I haven't drunk?
They will let you go. Once you, because even the police, before they even let you breathe into that thing, they'll just atakunusa too, because they can tell from your breath. And of course the way you're talking. Okay, of course when you roll down your window and you're like, Avera mnafanya kazi mzuri. Just know wewe unapanda your lorry. Okay? Now, someone told me, kuna ujanja, when you roll down your window, just make sure you have something in your pocket. Okay? In your hand, rather. In your hand, not pocket, but yes, in your hand. So, when that window rolls down, unasalimia, afanye habari yako. Ndio, akikushika hivi, anasikia, umepata visa. Anasema tu, fungulia huyo yako sawa. The spikes are moved and you drive through. But if you get there and you're like, unajua mimi nani? You just know that lorry. Na ukifika huko, it can be anything from 10,000, 20, and also depending on how rude you are to these folks. Because ukienda pale unajigonga kifua, bro, utakaa hapo the whole weekend. Monday utajipata kotini. And of course, once you're in front of the judge, it doesn't matter what you say. What the police have produced as evidence is what the judge goes with. And you will be either jailed or fined there on the spot. And most times it's just unatoanga fine alafu unaachiliwa. Because if you are arrested on Friday night, trust me, by Monday morning you're sober.
I don't think you need to get to Monday.
Yeah.
If you're arrested on Friday?
Yes, Friday night.
Yeah, by Saturday morning you'll be quite sober. So what is the problem that you have with this breathalyzer?
Oh yeah, what I'm trying to say is this: they have just opened up a market for these folks to do shopping, and they're going to shop. So the question is, are you going to become that commodity that they're going to be buying?
Why don't people anyway? People will drink. No. I'm not going to be prescriptive. I'm not even going to ask the question.
Yeah,
because it is known that the police will be waiting for people who have drunk and probably passed the limit of what they should consume.
But I can assure you, it doesn't matter whether you've taken one single bottle or 5 bottles or even 10. The moment that cop has smelled that breath and you blow into that machine, my friend, unapanda your
But that machine, it's just one, senor.
Yeah, but it has different mouthpieces. So every time they even need in front of you, they unwrap it. The mouthpiece mbele yako kana connectiwa, unadungilishiwa kwa mdomo, unapuliza, kana ngolewa, hiyo inatupwa, the next person uses a different one.
Puliza.
You can't do that. But let me tell you, usiwahi jifanya mjanja na makarao. They tell you puliza tu.
That has nothing to do with kuwa mjanja. It's how your brain has interpreted the information. Puliza.
But either way, it's still not safe. Just because you get a different mouthpiece every time, it still doesn't make it any less hygienic. It's actually not. It's not a hygienic way of doing this thing. Yeah, all I was saying is, wewe jua tu ukienda pale na umeamua ku drink and drive. First of all, let's not drink and drive. That one, we are not saying that you drink and then you drive because we're just saying that you just know if you meet the cops, just know you're definitely becoming a commodity. For sure. If you go to these police stations, because when you get to the police station, unajua inakuanga kunanga story nyingine, kunanga kuongea. So if you do not negotiate with the cops on the road, if you get to the station, it's a wrap. Let me give a few folks some messages here before we get into the news. Don Sabo anasema City Muturi was violated and all over we had cars bila number plates in Mbere. Yeah. Then we also talking about this is Nell 9000 anasema morning farm, have a blessed day. Nell, bless you as well. Nito Mitei anasema good morning, listening from Makupa in Mombasa. Then we also do have Donald. Good morning, great team, tuned in from Vihiga. Pwani Economic Revolution anasema if you want to know which of our prominent politicians can't be arrested, then ask yourself which of the prominent politicians can swear themselves in as president. Oh yes. Geoffrey Mogaka, hapa ni Miritini Mombasa. Ezekiel Mutili anasema hi bro, well hi. Then Investment Journal anasema hello from Bungoma. I'm curious about the nickname Niger for Nigeria. I understand that locally it is often used as a familiar name for the country which we know as Nigeria. They call it Nigeria. Yeah, again, like I said, perhaps we need to talk to a Nigerian or a Nigerian to tell us about these particular pronunciations and the nicknames they have for their country. Anyway, right now though, I want to get into the news, and then when we return, the conversation takes place right here on the People's Breakfast.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Director of Public Prosecutions has ordered a public inquest into the death of Daystar University student Lorna Kadhambi, who fell from the 11th floor of Harmony Plaza in Ngara. The decision comes after DCI submitted CCTV footage showing her final moments and a toxicology report indicating she was highly intoxicated at the time. The state now wants the 7 students who were with her that night treated as witnesses. The group had earlier been held for a week as investigators worked to establish what led to the fatal fall.
So when after the E1 jumped, the deceased followed as per the CCTV footage. So that's what was the last moment.
So what do you want a magistrate to do?
So after we compiled all, we forwarded to the ODPP. After they review and perused the file, toxicology we forwarded them. We took some samples of blood from the deceased during the postmortem.
President William Ruto has warned politicians against using young people to fuel violence, saying his administration will not tolerate any form of lawlessness. Speaking after presiding over the graduation of chiefs and assistant chiefs in Embakasi, Nairobi, the president urged administrators to stay vigilant and curb any emerging signs of violence, especially in remote areas, as the country heads towards the 2027 elections.
Watu ambao wanatumika kulete fujo, kupiganisha wananchi, kulete maafa, hawa ni watu ambao hatuwezi kukubali. Nishamueleza Inspector General wetu wa polisi kwamba watu hawa wote lazima wachukuliwe hatua kali za kisheria, ndio tukomeshe uhuni na mambo ambayo yanaharibu usalama katika taifa letu la Kenya.
The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has officially gazetted the winners of the 24 by-elections held across the country on November 27, 2025. In a Gazette notice published on Monday, the electoral body confirmed the declaration of winners. The by-elections were conducted in areas where vacancies had arisen due to the death of office holders or vacancies of former holders had received cabinet nominations. Key constituencies that drew significant interest included Mbeere North, Ugunja, Malava, Magarini and Kasipo. The Teachers Service Commission has once again moved to reassure teachers that the shift from Minet Medical Cover to the Social Health Authority is fully on track. According to Acting TSC Chief Executive Officer Evelyn Mitei, the Commission has already traced 320 teachers who are currently receiving inpatient care in 100 hospitals across the country. confirming that their treatment will carry on as usual. She said field teams from both TSC and SHA are visiting stations and supporting teachers to understand the new system. The death toll in the floods which struck Indonesia last week has now climbed to more than 500, with rescue workers still battling to reach affected areas. The floods, which were caused by a rare cyclone that had formed over the Malacca Strait, had hit 3 provinces and impacted some 1.4 million people, according to the government's disaster agency. Another 500 people remain missing, while thousands more have been injured. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. And yes, we're having a conversation here in the studio. We actually have 2 gentlemen. I shall be introducing them shortly. But as I do that, kuna watu wametusalimia hapa hivi. For instance, there's Investment Journal. Anasema hello from Bungoma. I'm curious about the nickname. Oh, I read that one. Wealthy Mindset Corner. Anasema listening from Uthiru. I love the show Mbuvi and CT. Cheers. CT cheers.
Cheers to you.
And then we also do have Zach Ock. Amesema good morning City and Koi. I'm assuming that's City and Company. All right. City and Company, tumesalimika sana. Thank you for tuning in. Keep on sending your shout outs. We shall definitely check them out. So yesterday we said that we would invite Oxfam, and they're actually here in studio. We want to have a conversation around some of the statistics they've been sharing with the country, including today. For instance, on the Daily Nation, at the very front page, wanasema ya kwamba about 1.13 million children of primary school going age are out of school, and nearly half of secondary school going students are not accessing secondary education at the appropriate age. And then they go on to give more numbers there. For instance, 117 billion. A report from the Auditor General shows that between 2020 and 2024, public schools faced a funding gap in capitation to the tune of 17 billion. All right, so allow me to introduce Rogers Kidia. He's Accountable Governance Lead at Oxfam Kenya, and Anthony Kamande, Inequality Policy and Research Advisor at Oxfam International. Gentlemen, welcome to Radio Generation. Let me start with you, Kidia. Good morning.
Asante. Good morning to
Yes.
you. Good morning, Kenyans.
Good
Happy
morning.
to be here.
Right.
Yes.
Anto, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
So thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
I remember I was asking what Oxfam is all about, and you've given me an overview.
Yes.
But for the sake of the listener who's probably hearing about it for the first time, what is Oxfam?
Okay. Asante sana. Asante wa Kenya. Oxfam is an international confederation of around 21 organizations in 77 countries. And the Confederation is working to end poverty and injustice. Particularly if we come back here at home in Kenya, we work together and collaborate with government institutions, civil society organizations. We collaborate with the private sector to tackle the problem of inequality.
Right.
And we do this just through 2 things. One, we do humanitarian responses on issues to do with drought, flooding, and conflict, especially in the ASAL areas. We've been there for over 50 years.
Yes.
And on the other side, we do development work that is system strengthening. And we do things like fiscal policy.
Right.
We do things to do with natural resource governance and many other things.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
Oxfam.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Anthony, there's one thing about the conversation we were having yesterday as far as the report by Oxfam is concerned. how old is the data that you collected? Perhaps you can give us the periods that you were talking about in the report, the 8-page report, right? What is the period of research?
Sure, so thanks for that. So we have like out of data point in that report. Do have used up-to-date data. So, for example, if you're talking about the richest 125 Kenyans having more wealth than 43 million of us.
Yeah.
So that data is for up to 2023. So the most recent data that you can get.
Yes.
And of course, we have used a combination of sources, especially from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, from the World Bank, as well as from a company that specializes on gathering the data on the wealthiest. Because again, it's very difficult to get data on the top income there. So our National Bureau of Statistics, they don't do that.
Yes.
Because it's very expensive. So we have to rely on another company to help us be able to gather that data. Then, of course, we do the analysis.
Right.
So it's up-to-date data. Of course, for some of them, we have gone back to just checking what has been happening over the past 1 decade. So since 2014, since 2015. Then where we are at the moment. So it's varies.
There's also the question of the Kenya National Bureau of Standards that you've mentioned them, KNBS.
Yeah.
Do you? Statistics. Sorry. Do you compare the data with them, or are you completely independent of what they publish as far as similar data is concerned?
No. If you read our report, most of data there is actually from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, especially the economic surveys, as well as the household survey. So the problem is we don't collect the data frequently, especially when it comes to household survey data. It's very expensive to do it. The agency needs a lot of funding, but for the economic survey data, they normally do it. Each year. So we do rely on the national, because the official agency that give us the data on development issues, on poverty, all these some other things. But we also have to complement that with data from other credible sources. Especially most of our inequality data, it comes from the World Bank as well as from another agency called the World Inequality Lab. So it's the global agency that actually has a massive database for all the countries on inequality.
Yeah. That report was quite damning, Kidia, in regards to the findings. For example, what he has just mentioned right now. Some of it, of course, information that we already had, matters to do with inflation. That one we already knew. President has been mentioning it, and it's one of the actually key points he says has improved. And I agree, a lot has improved. But when we talk about the standards of living of kawaida Kenyans, what can you say according to your report?
Please allow me to start with definitions, because Mwalimu is here, and when he teaches, he says start with definitions. So let me start quickly with definitions.
Go ahead.
So there are two terms that you will see, not the other two terms, but there are two terms that you will see predominantly discussed in the report: poverty and inequality.
Right.
So what is poverty? Just quickly, poverty in its actual sense is basically lack of resources. You'd ask the question, do people have resources to survive in terms of food, paying school fees, shelter, and all that? And visibly, you would see poverty by hunger. You see how people live. You see visibly, you see these things. And how we measure poverty, we use the poverty line, which is a level under which anybody, in terms of consumption and also income, live by day. The standard that we have today is 130 shillings per day. So that is poverty. But when it comes to inequality, now we shift discussion a little bit.
Right.
Because inequality is now asking deeper questions and asking, why do we have many people who lack resources and very few people who have a lot of resources? So it's more systemic. When you look at Poverty is more of a symptom, and inequality is systemic. And how do you visualize? If you go around, how do you visibly see inequality? We say inequality is usually visualized through contrast. So, for instance, where you have a Karen, you have what? A Kibera. Where you have a Mudaiga, you have what? A Madare. Where you have Loresho, you have a Kangemi. And this problem is, or this visual imagery and contrast are replicated across the continent. We've managed to be, let me say, lucky to do this work across the continent in almost every city in the continent. From Bambane in Eswatini to Djibouti City in Djibouti to Antananarivo in Madagascar, then you move all the way to Bamako in Mali, and you will be surprised when you go to our major cities. The term Africa is rising is true. You see this high-rise buildings. You see these beautiful expressways coming up everywhere in the continent, in the cities. But just walk just a few meters away from the city, and you'll be shocked. You'll see the face of poverty. What I've said, the issues of degradation, the issues of poverty, even in the faces of people. The younger they are, you see a lot of brightness, but the older people, you see dejection. And these things are replicated. So what we are seeing, and what we are saying through this report, is that the type of development that we are seeing in Africa is not sustainable. Because the problem with inequality is that it breaches the contract, the social contract, where people now feel, no, this is not right. When you have a cake, for instance, a big cake, so poverty would be like, we have a very small cake and we are so many people, we have to fight for that. But inequality, one person would come, take 90% of that cake, and then the hundreds of you will have to fight for the other 10%. So that is the face, and that is what the report is saying. People have been looking for how to define what we had last year, the struggle and the feeling that people are saying, why are we developing averagely 5% in the last 10 or so years? But mbona si feel where is that feeling? The answer to that is inequality, that actually the development that we are seeing is more towards the haves, and the poor are getting poorer, unfortunately, in the country. We read a few parts of that report yesterday. Yes. And a section of our viewers were disagreeing with some of the statistics. For example, there was when we mentioned about the cost of, was it food, that had risen by about 50%. Yes. Some were saying that hapana, chakula imeteremka, unga is this much.
It's not even listeners. I was the first one to say 50%.
Yes. Yeah.
So ask where exactly and which commodities are we referring to? Yes.
Yeah. So perhaps Anthony, if you care to chime in.
Yeah, sure. Actually, that 50% is from 2020, just for the context. So since 2020, the cost of food has gone up by 50%, so the inflation. So over the last year alone, it's just again the KNBS data, so they published it, I think, yesterday. So the food inflation is up by 7.7%.
Yes.
In just 1 year. Here we are talking about 5 years. Then, of course, we had like 2022, 2023, part of 2024.
When you say food inflation, what do you mean?
It's, I mean, there's a way that our agency does measure the things that they include. I can't go into the specific to say that.
Just give an overview. Yeah. So that when you say food inflation,
basic food items.
Yes.
The basic food items. Whether you're talking, the flour, maize or whatever, white flour. Whether you're talking about farm produce, the tomatoes.
How many commodities do they look at?
I don't have a specific number on how many commodities that they do look at.
Yes.
But that's the data.
But these are the basic foods that people tend to buy for sustenance on a daily basis.
Yeah, yes. Okay. The other thing with inflation is that our inflation at the moment is about 4.5%.
Yes, it's about 4.5%.
But the food inflation is 7.7%.
That is why we need to be able to distinguish and ask for that specification as to what it is we mean by food inflation. Because the way the layman judges the cost of food is what it is they pay for it.
Yes.
If last month or the previous month, the previous year, when I went to the supermarket, the cheapest bag of maize flour cost 250 shillings, and now the cheapest costs 140. When you say there's food inflation, I'll be asking, what do you mean? It costs less now than it cost 2 years ago. So what is this inflation?
No, it's not about just one item. I mean, you have to get mad for items. Of course, they do the weighting and so on and so forth. I mean, in 2020, I used to buy a packet of milk at about 45 shillings. Now it's about 65 shillings. It's just one item. So you can say maybe the maize flour has gone up, but most of these other items have has gone down. Most of these other items have gone up. You have to pay more to get those items. Of course, when you go to a supermarket or in the market out there, you don't buy each and every item. So maybe you pick one or two. Sometimes you might not feel that the prices have gone up because it's incremental. So if you had 100 shillings, last year the prices have gone up by 7.7 shillings. That might not feel like a lot of money, especially if you also have a lot of money. But for the poor person, that means a lot. Imagine a woman earning 200 shillings per day. Then they have to pay an extra 8 shillings to be able to access food. And we are being impacted differently. Again, it's the poor people because they spend most of their income on food compared to the wealthiest. So when the prices of food go up, it's that common person who is being impacted the most. The impact is not being felt quite massively at the top there. That's why we should care about some of these things. We should care about the food prices and do something about it, because without doing it, we're going to hurt the common person.
When you talk about cost, you're now talking data, you're talking statistics. Does your report give statistics as to, for instance, wherever it is you get your information from, the key foods that are looked at with reference to arriving at this food inflation, which are they in this country, over which period? 1. 2, does your report give statistics as to when you talk about the number of poor people increasing, what it is that you mean by the number of poor people increasing? Is it the affordability? Is it that there are more and more people losing jobs, or there are less and less people who actually have money? What is it? Because if less and less people have money, then it therefore means that the demand for the food that is there will also go down, because there'll be fewer people who are able to afford it. So if the factors of production come into play, and you're looking at the very issue you've discussed, inflation, where theoretically we are told when there's a lot of money chasing few goods, the price goes up. But here's a situation where there isn't money. So how on earth then would the price of goods go up? Has production also reduced? How do you nitty-gritty go into the details so that when someone reads the report, they understand exactly what you mean by the conclusion that you've arrived at?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when we are saying that extreme poverty, I mean extreme, so people living under 130 Kenya shillings per day, so the number of people living in extreme poverty has gone up by that 7% since 2015, which is massive. As we speak now, almost half of Kenyans, they live under extreme poverty line.
Where do you get these figures from?
So these figures are from our agency, again, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
And Kenya National Bureau of Statistics are the ones who have said that close to 50% of the citizens are now living at a level where you could refer to them as being extremely poor.
Yes, these are from the Kenyan BS as well as from the World Bank. So, our agency do the household survey data. So the thing is, you can read our report to get some of this nitty-gritty on how we are going as far as what is concerned. But 46% of Kenyans, they live at the extreme poverty line.
These reports that you speak of,
we need to stress
figures. 4 million Kenyans are in the condition that you speak of. The number has been increasing steadily over time. There are approximately 6 million right now in the condition that you speak of, where they do not know whether they are going to eat tomorrow. They actually have no clue. All right? That I understand. What is our population? Let's put it at 50 million. So you're talking about 10%. When you talk about 50, do you know what you're saying? You are saying that half of the people in this country do not know what they're going to eat the following day. And I'm saying that is not true.
You can see that's not true, but that's not what the auditor is saying. Auditor is saying almost half of Kenyans, they live at the extreme poverty line.
This is a 46% now.
Yeah, 46%. So that's almost half. Extreme poverty line, which is abject poverty.
Who determines what the extreme poverty line is?
It's a World Bank extreme poverty line of...
Okay, so for someone to be extremely poor, what do you need to have? What are you surviving on a daily basis?
It's 130 Kenya shillings.
Now, 130 Kenya shillings in the city or in the rural areas?
So we are talking about the national.
And I'm trying to tell you that a large number of our population is in the rural areas. 130 shillings in a rural area is very different when it comes to what you can use it for and what you can buy with it than 130 shillings in a city like Nairobi. It's very different.
Yeah, and I know that you can imagine that almost half of Kenyans live below that. It's very difficult to comprehend.
No, it isn't difficult.
But we have millions of Kenyans.
It isn't difficult.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is this. You have your data. There needs to be, first of all, what was the sample size? This data means you've concluded and said we've added A, B, C, D, and we've arrived at this. The sample size. Okay, when we were looking at the data and interviewing people, because you interview people and you look at certain indicators, did you go through all the 47 counties? That is actually impossible. You have to sample. That's why it's called a sample size. You look at, say, I go to Mandera, the condition in Mandera will be the same as one in Wajir or Moyale, and that is it, and so forth and so forth. When you arrive at something as dire as 46% of this particular country are living below or are on the fringe of starvation, that's what you're saying, there is need for you to give details of how you arrive at it. It's important because 46% of the country essentially not knowing what they're going to do the next day, that is no longer a food crisis, it's a security crisis.
Yeah, sure. Just to answer your question, if you read our report and read it carefully, that data it's not Oxfam data, first of all. It's the data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics as well as from the World Bank. So it's not our data because we don't go out there and do surveys. That's not our business. So we have to rely on data that have been done by credible institutions whose mandate is to do exactly that.
So let me get this straight. What we are saying is that the National Bureau of Statistics has said that 46% of Kenyans are living below the poverty line, and this is of course data that they have collected in conjunction with the World Bank.
Exactly.
And it is the World Bank that determines that this person is poor because poverty is defined as someone who's living below 130 shillings a day. Now, is it possible that, and this is just now I'm asking because I don't know, is it possible that I could be living in Kitui below 130 shillings, but in my shamba I have maize, I have mangoes, I have whatever, sukuma wiki, managu. So I really do not have to spend 130 because I can literally just go chuna sukuma kwa shamba yangu, niko na nyanya pia katakata kula. Is it possible that there are people who are living like that? They don't spend money, but they're within this 46%.
Yes, exactly. That's a good question. It goes down to how household surveys are done.
Yeah.
For developing countries like Kenya, we normally use expenditure. How much are you consuming? So if you have your own shamba, you go to your shamba, you get your food. So there's a way that KNBS, the World Bank, do convert that one into monetary term. They can see that this is amount of money that, you could get if you are earning, because we know that here in Kenya it's very difficult to get income data compared to what happens in each country. So they have to rely on fiscal data, tax data. But for poor countries like ours, it's the expenditure. So you have to, or consumption, whatever. So you have to look at what people are consuming and then convert that one into monetary term. That's what we have here in Kenya.
All right.
Yes. If you can chime in here. Yes, it's true. When you look at KNBS data, the way they define, because the the international poverty line is cross-cutting, and we use the purchasing power parity. And for KNBS, they define different types of poverty line. We have the urban poverty line, and we have the rural poverty line. Of course, the rural poverty line is a bit lower compared to the urban poverty line. But when we're talking about in our report, when we say this is like a combined, a consolidated data, like a national level poverty line. So the national level poverty line is combination of the two. When you look at the poverty line, we'll give you the numbers. I think it's captured. The rural one is way below, close to 20 to 30% lower compared to the urban poverty line. Yes, but in terms of literal definition, because we are looking also in terms of comparison, ladies and gentlemen, and also Mwalimu. In terms of comparison, because if I was to do this report, and you know Oxfam has been doing this report for many years, hundreds of years in different countries globally. So what we are trying to do is to have a comparison and a national level kind of consolidated data line is something that we use in terms of now discussing, for example, your person in Kitui, whatever. Of course, the feeling is different, but in terms of statistically talking about people living under that particular line, it's true that it's 46%. On the nitty-gritties, the percentage might be lower, but in terms of just a relational that we can relate, for example, I can tell you that it is 46% in Kenya. We have a bigger problem, for example, in other countries like DRC, Botswana, or comparative analysis that we do in the Latin Americas, which now they would have above maybe 50-60%, which is a big problem.
Really?
Yes. So
we are doing better than them.
Yes, we have countries that are far off. Even in terms of the inequality index, we are ranked 16th. In terms of extreme poverty. When you look at our reports using the just statistics line, that is how we are ranked. But countries in terms of the inequality index, when you look at countries like South Africa, you look at the Botswanas, the Namibias, they have higher. I was to briefly talk about the Gini coefficients.
Please do.
And yes, so when it comes now to discussion, I know the discussion around poverty is very dicey, and I think the takeaway for Kenyans here should be that this particular line that we are talking about is a national level poverty line, and it is something that can help us to think policy-wise, in terms of the actual and differences, the rural and urban is something that can be discussed. And that's why research is usually done, and this is the home for bold truths. And this particular research is supposed to be discussed that way for us to have such kind of conversations, and we'd like to have those conversations.
As we continue, nilikuja kujua there are levels of poverty. There are levels of poverty because when I went to some slum areas, I discovered that there are people who buy gas on a daily. I didn't know this. I thought that the most thing that we can buy daily ya kupika chakula ni mafuta ya taa. Until I discovered there are places where you actually unapata mtu akona mtungi ya gas, na hiyo gas iko na meter, where you can purchase gas for as little as even 10 bob. You make your kaega rakaraka go to work, and you have to top up again if you need. So I came to understand there are levels of poverty where you can even, kuna places where unaweza ile unga unadhaningi unanunua hapa ati half a kg, kuna mtu ananuanga unga ya kikombe. So I discovered that there, when you go to these slums, even mafuta ya kupika, forget mafuta ya taa, cooking oil,
kupima. And then
there are levels.
You see in Kenya, most of us, because unga is a political issue. So unga and these consumables that people keep on taking every day. So whenever people talk about food inflation, I've been listening to this discussion. When people talk about food inflation in the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is unga ya ugali. So the governments are aware of this. So they will try as much as possible to
make it
ensure that unga is always around 150, 100 to 200 shillings. And you remember last year when it gone to above 210, the way people are now going, the unga revolution and all that. But now when you extend that, because on the basis of just poverty, when you extend it to other areas like you mentioned, like milk, when you look at other produces, rice,
you know, people don't
just
look at
the numbers right now. Just look at the numbers. Kenyans can, they're online, they can tell us what it is. And for us, because we like to look at data and not the issues of, for example,
politics.
Kenya Kwanza, wherever. These issues are actually colonial legacy programs. And in my context, when I was giving context, I said this is a problem, it's an African problem, it's a Latin problem. That now the way we are developing, we are building more millionaires and crowding out in terms of poverty and people who are impoverished. Okay. So, back to your question.
Yes, please.
So, the issue to do with the Gini coefficient and inequality. So a Gini coefficient is a measure that is used globally, especially in terms of income. The how different income is. So 0, it's between 0 and 1. So 0 is perfect equality. Everybody in terms of income, kama mimi, mwalimu, everybody here, we earn the same in terms of income. That is perfect equality. And then 1 is perfect inequality. So perfect inequality is where one person, so wewe sasa mzito,
ndio sonko hapa.
Wewe ni sonko, you own everything. You own everything in the country. And the way you said the quality and we said a symptom of inequality is what? Poverty. That's why we started with this debate with poverty. So with that poverty that you are talking about, the differences, unaenda mtu anasema do not kitaka kuingia kwangu unakata tu na karatasi, like there's no need of knocking, you just kata, and that is now extreme poverty and just a symptom of how big the inequality is. So when we look at Kenya, our Gini coefficient is based on KNBS data. Again, we go back to KNBS every single time. And because they are our partners and most in the peer review of this report, we had government. Yes, we had government, Kipra, and all those people who are part of us, who helped us in terms of peer reviewing these data sets. And we are saying that, for example, our Gini coefficient is 0.46. When you compare the Gini coefficients, 0 to 3 is considered to be low. In countries, for example, that you know, the Norwegians, the Scandinavian countries, the Germanys of this world, they have very low coefficient. It means generally people are earning almost similar amounts of money. Then between 0.3 and 4, 0.4 is considered to be moderate inequality. And that is where you find, for example, most European countries and the like. And then from 0.4 to around 0, above 0.4 is considered to be high, and then beyond 0.6 is considered to be extreme inequality. So for us, we are at 0.46. That means we have high inequality in the country. And that is the reason why all this discussion has started.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is unrelated, but still, germane to the conversation.
Yes.
Switzerland.
Yes.
I was reading somewhere that there are no poor people in Switzerland. Is that true?
We do a lot of meetings in Davos. We actually, maybe just a side note as we go, now that you've raised the issue of Switzerland, we do Davos reports for the last, since 2014. We've been producing the global inequality, status of inequality globally. And because we usually have the Davos meeting where billionaires come and whatever, so that's where we usually produce our reports. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, sure. That's true that in each January we normally publish our global inequality report. But back to your question, yes, Switzerland is actually one of the richest countries
in the world.
There are few poor people there. Because again, when you are that rigid, almost everyone is a millionaire. Then also the cost of living there is
very high.
It's also very high. That's why actually you see most of the UN bodies are coming to Kenya because in Geneva it's
expensive.
Very expensive.
Mkate ni pesa ngapi huko?
I don't know, but it's very expensive. Very expensive. So back to the inequality question, why we are in this situation that we are in it, what we need to do. So we must remember that this country is growing. So each year we are getting quite impressive numbers that the economic growth is going on well. But why are majority of Kenyans not feeling it? Why are we becoming poorer? So the reason why this is the case is because of how the system how the system has been designed. So you have workers, especially the low-paid workers, as well as the poor people, paying more in taxes than the richest guys in this country.
Are we talking about percentages or the actual amounts that they actually pay?
I'm talking about percentages.
Okay.
But I'm going to I'll go back to that.
Okay.
So if, for example, you earn 1 billion Kenya shillings in dividend, you are going to pay at most 15% in terms of taxes.
That is 150 million.
That's 150 million.
Okay.
So, but if you are a teacher and you earn your 50K, you are going to pay up to 30% or probably more of your income in form of taxes. So you see that the less money you have, the more you are going to
pay in taxes.
And the impact this has is that you make those people who don't have a lot of money poorer, or sort of increasing the wealth of the richest guys there. For example, if we have like about 11,000 dollar millionaires who have like more than 50 million USD, so we are talking about 60 billion at least Kenya shillings on average. So if these people, we were to tax them for up to just 5%, so 1%, 2%, up to 5%, we could get more than 450 billion Kenya shillings.
Wait, are you saying that we have, did you say we have here in Kenya again?
The people who have like
dollar millionaires, yes.
Yeah, dollar millionaires.
Yes, how many?
So we have like 11,000 dollar millionaires.
11,000 dollar millionaires here in Kenya.
Yeah.
Natives of Kenya or plus internationals?
Native. We have wealthy people in this country who again are not paying their
fair. The problem is that he's thinking of people he knows. He has imagined the rich, and it has occurred to him they're not dollar millionaires.
I've just realized they're broke.
And the 125.
Yeah.
So
do you know any?
Yeah. So, but if we were to just tax these people up to 5% annually, we are getting more than 450 billion Kenya shillings, which is enough money to pay for the universal healthcare or even build like 3 Riloni Mau Summit highways. So we actually don't need this tolling or maybe getting all these loans if the wealthiest people in this country are paying their fair share of taxes, as we ordinary people are doing. And we also must remember that, we keep on hearing this discussion that if you are not employed, you are not paying taxes. That's not true. The poorest people, again, going back to them, the low income earners, they spend most of their income on daily necessities, whether you're talking about food or somewhere to live. So they are going to spend almost the entire income. You get your 500, your 200, you're going to spend it that day. And if taxes on the goods that you are paying are higher, you are going to pay more in taxes compared to this wealthy guy here who has like hundreds of millions, because how much can they eat each day? It's true to have the same stomach, but they're going to pay less in taxes. And this has an impact on ordinary people because we are not going to get healthcare. In our report, we are seeing how people are being excluded by this new social health insurance, because if you do not have like money to pay for it, you are going to be excluded. And again, we are saying almost half of Kenyans, they live under 130 Kenya shillings per day. We are telling them to pay 6,000 per year. They're not going to afford that. You have to make a decision. Okay, am I going to pay for this chef, or am I going to give my kids food?
By the way, so we are saying that this 46%, if these numbers are anything to go by, these people can't even afford SHA.
They can't. we have.
But remember also, when you talk about SHA, what the government has said is that those who are in that category of people you say who live below the poverty line,
Yes.
they will get it for free. Now the problem is, does the government share this view that you have of those who fall below the poverty line? Because the government has a list of people who are older than I am, which means they're really old, and people who are disabled, people who are unable to earn an income. These are people who, according to what we've heard, ought to receive this service for free.
Actually, yes, I remember the president did say,
Yes, solidarity.
he said somehow they're going to find how to recoup that money somehow from the economy. He even said he has donated, I think, part of his salary or something. Was it? Anyway, there's something he said that he will donate, not his salary, I'm not sure. Wacha nisidanganyane. But he did say that, and he even urged the MPs and CSAs to find a way of just getting money for this 46%.
Yeah, can I respond before you come in?
Yes.
On that issue with she, but we also do this in our report. So Germany, they tried this contributory health insurance scheme, and it took them more than 100 years to achieve universal healthcare. So they started it in 1883, and they achieved it just the other day. And Germany is one of the richest countries in the world, so almost everyone there is in the formal sector, which means that, nasema inakatiwa kwa whatever. Compare that with Kenya. So we have like 4 million Kenyans who are contributing to SHIF. And again, you have to remember who is contributing. It's mostly the low-paid workers in the formal sector, because the way the levy is, it's a flat rate of 2.75%. So it doesn't matter the amount of income that you earn, you're going to pay the same rate, which of course hit the low-income earners in the formal sector the most. But as if not that is enough, we have like other Kenyans who cannot afford to pay it. These are real stories. We are hearing it from our friends, from our family. We are seeing it, that people are being told, if you are not contributing to SHA, we are not going to admit you in this hospital. And of course, people don't have money to do that. All that means is that you are going to have like unnecessary deaths that could have been prevented. You are going to have orphans that should not be there if our healthcare system was working. You are going to have sort of permanent illness that should not be there if our health is working. We have like enough resources. What we need, political will, as well as progressive policies.
Yeah. Yes, please chime in.
Yes. Let me chime in on just two things on the shift.
Can I ask you to borrow this microphone for a minute? Yes, just grab it. You can swing it over. Right.
Am I being targeted politically?
Yes, you are.
Someone is trying to gag you. Yeah.
So two things. One on shift, and I was very happy. I was very happy when the president said what he said, because part of our recommendation is if we can at some point consider increasing the percentage in terms of investment to healthcare to 20%, so that we have a mix. We have a mix of the income contribution, but also from the general tax budget that now can be invested directly to hospitals, because these contributory systems, I work.
Yeah.
And like you've heard from the Germanys of this world who've trialed this, many other countries, the Japanese have trialed this system of contributory or insurance-based premiums.
Right.
When we have 80% of informal workers, then it is, firstly, it is unjust, and also it is unsustainable.
Yeah.
So we tunapea heko president, but we want to see if we can do more investment in terms of just from the general budget. On issues of education, and this will really interest Mwalimu here. Something very interesting. In the report, we mentioned something very very interesting. During our launch last week, we had the Director General for Education, and we had a very big exchange with Honorable Ndindi Nyoro for the untrained, please go and check that video. It was trending everywhere. So there was a discussion about capitation.
Yep.
So capitation during Kibaki era, 2003, for primary schools was 1,420 shillings. That is what now every student was receiving, or a pupil in primary school. 1,420 shillings.
Yes.
What do we receive today?
I think this is 16,000.
Primary schools. Primary schools.
It's supposed to be 20.
Not high schools.
Oh, that's high school.
That big figure is for high schools.
All right.
That big figure is for high school.
I don't know the one.
Let me shock you. It's 1,420 shillings. Nothing has changed since 2003.
Okay.
For an economist like me, I'll of course want to do real terms. So the real terms, if you adjust for inflation and whatever, that 1,420 shillings then is 250 shillings today. So what?
Repeat that.
Yes, the 1,420 shillings that schools received in 2003, what they were able to purchase that time.
Yes.
That amount of whatever amount today is 250.
It's the equivalent of 250.
It's equivalent to 250,000.
Okay.
If we were to match the 1,420, we need 8,470 per student in terms of capitation today.
Okay.
Imagine the gap. So we are asking, we did a survey, and I'm very happy when we have these online discussions that there are teachers, high school, primary school head teachers and all that. If we did rounds in our work, and every schools people are complaining. Averagely in Kajiado County, from just our engagements, because we work in ourselves, they recorded almost every school 20 to 30% in the last 2 or so years drop off in terms of school enrollment, because of course people have to do the trade-offs. Do I pay? Because the schools will demand and say, tuko na workers hapa, we need to pay them. These 250 in real terms cannot sustain for capitation all this time.
Okay.
So there's a problem in terms of education funding.
You know what I find strange though, when we talk about a country like Germany,
you can take your microphone now.
They took 100 years to achieve universal health care. Why don't we talk of Thailand? Why don't we talk of China? Why don't we talk of Rwanda?
Yeah, actually, you have done a good thing mentioning Thailand. Actually, Thailand has managed to achieve UHC by spending, with a low budget. We have some countries who spend like huge amount of money, especially the US, on healthcare, but the healthcare system are not that great. But Thailand, I think we should borrow as a country from Thailand as well, that they have managed to achieve the UHC through public investment in healthcare. And that's what we need here in this country. So we need a tax-funded healthcare system. So at the moment, we are spending just 6% of our budget on health. Imagine 6%.
Rwanda next door. Why don't we look at their system?
I think for me, the best one should be Thailand. Because they have managed to achieve the UHC through public investment in healthcare. And as I was saying, we are not doing that. It's a country that we are waiting, or we are telling Kenyans, we are paying taxes, but you also need to pay another tax to access this healthcare, which is not even there, because we are spending just 60% of our budget on healthcare, which is actually like half, most less than half of the recommended spending amount of 15%. We can do more as a country to close this gap, and by doing so we are going to save lots of lives, especially for low-income earners, for poor people, because they are the ones who are being impacted again the most when we fail to spend on healthcare. The wealthiest people in this country, they don't go to the public health facilities. It's for the ordinary people who go there. That's why we need to ensure that we are spending and also spending equitably. So we need to see more money going into like primary healthcare facilities in the village out there, because they are accessible to a lot of people.
I'm actually curious, CT, how is the Kigali one done?
Yes.
Look, it's to put it simply in layman's terms, it's government involvement. The government has just ensured that they've allocated adequate resources to ensure that it happens. It's not even complicated. The point that I'm trying to make is this. If you look at SHA is the authority. The primary healthcare program which essentially looks at the preventative aspect of healthcare, and it is whittled down to the most basic form of healthcare, a dispensary, okay? That is where the focus should be, and in this country, it is free. And the only way it can be free is if government puts money into it. Now, that hasn't happened to the degree that is necessary for it to actually work, because preventative and promotive healthcare is understood and known to be the way in which you solve healthcare problems. You don't wait until it gets to the curative stage. But it gets political when you have this discussion, because there are those who are determined that we must buy drugs. There are people who are determined people must go to hospital and be hospitalized because it's a business. Preventative healthcare actually precludes all these things here. And research that has been done on this very, very same thing, the integrated community care management that was done early on in this century in Homa Bay County, looked at diarrhea, malaria, and pneumonia, diseases that when they progress will actually kill you. And they looked at managing this thing syndromically at the level of, say, a village. It reduced health care presence within the hospital system, where you now need to go and actually get treated, by up to 70%. Yes. So it's not something.
Principally, it's just government.
You can have your microphone back.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes. It's not. This isn't magic.
Now my detractors are over.
No,
yes.
This isn't magic.
Yes.
County governments complain about not having enough money for healthcare. They can't, because they're focusing on the curative aspect of healthcare.
Yeah.
They will never have enough money. There's no country, forget country in the world that will be able to afford any healthcare system if that's the focus. The focus is you prevent it. You make sure that disease does not advance. Then you're able to manage it and you're able to afford it.
There's a comment here from Star Kenya. He's saying that if you interrogate...
Start again, once upon a time. Yes.
If you interrogate the base assumptions of these research things as dictated by the World Bank, etc., the true picture begins to emerge. So basically, Star Kenya is saying that because it is backed by the World Bank, there's another agenda as opposed to just finding out the facts.
Why agenda? There's a way in which they look at things, and there's a way in which we look at things. I'll give an example. For the longest time, the Juakali sector as we know it was not used whenever people are talking about the poverty index in the country. The World Bank didn't consider it. Now they understand it. They didn't understand it then. Okay? Now, when you're talking about industry or light scale industry or SMEs as we call them, you're talking about the Juakali sector. That's where the bulk of our people do their businesses. We call it SMEs now. Okay? But that's where it is now.
Still informal.
It is very informal, but that is where people are. That's where they earn. They're living. So unless the government has tried to tax it, I think the government is trying to tax something they don't understand very well. So even that process of taxing it, you seem to be smiling. If you understand the system, then you will understand that the way in which you tax such a system is not quite in the way that they have been suggesting it. The way they suggest it, you're guaranteed you'll tax less, because people will now avoid. They'll look for ways of not paying you. Anyway, I'm getting political.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you mentioned about the labor market. It is also one of the greatest drivers of inequality, as we have shown in our report. That, I mean, this known electoral Kenyans, that we have like about 3.2 million Kenyans who are formally employed. Then the rest, about 85%, are in the informal, sector, where the pay is low. You have to work for long hours. There's no like paid leave, and all these other sort of things that we are saying. I mean, this can be changed, especially if you have like a good or great public investment to create not just jobs, quite a jobs, because we keep on hearing each year that the economy has created 8,000 jobs. we ask ourselves, which jobs are we talking where? Because we are just creating jobs in the farm sector where people are being paid like 5K, 10K, which is not enough to sustain them. And of course, we have.
But does it qualify to be part of the statistics that these jobs have been created?
It qualifies to be part of statistics, but the quality of that job, it means that person will remain poor unless they get good job, they get higher pay to be able to afford the basic necessities of life.
Go ahead.
Allow me to connect the two. I don't know if you wanted to.
No. What I was just going to add was a small little bit.
Yes.
When you're talking about the food poverty line, you are talking about consuming a certain number of calories that is considered to be what a human being needs to survive. Okay? Go ahead.
Can I answer that?
No. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sure. Actually, if we go to that food calorie,
that is precisely
it's even worse.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
But it is important. You know why it is important to go to the calories?
Yeah.
You are then looking at what people eat and what it is they can afford to eat. And you are then determining whether that can actually provide the nutrition that they actually require to be healthy. So that when you're talking about now the health index, you will have a basis on which to now have that discussion, because you've actually broken it down and understood why it is where it is.
We have a minute, so I'll allow you to go what you were saying about the nutrition, then you connect it, and then we close it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was saying that if we start looking at nutrition, it's the number of Kenyans who cannot even afford recommended nutritional whatever is even worse. That's why we are just looking at are you eating?
Yeah.
That's why we are.
Something in your mouth.
Yeah. You have something in your mouth. Not because it's not good.
Connect it.
I had a lot of things to say, but we have the two things that are causing all this trouble. One is the debt crisis. So right now, for every 100 shillings we collect on tax, according to KNBS, we pay 68 shillings. We pay 60 and to debt repayment, just debt repayment. That means how much money do we have to spend on all these public services, the healthcare and whatever, and it brings the other animal.
That too, Bob.
Yes, it brings the other animal of quote unquote austerity. That's why we are privatizing everywhere, and we are not stopping. Currently, we've switched our debt. Our debt sources, we are now looking more. 57% of our debt stock, as we speak today, is domestic debt, and government is going to this very expensive long-term debt, and it's causing a lot of pressures in terms of. So we have so many recommendations here in the paper in terms of how government can go about it in issues to do with the informal and formal sector in the country. There is something called tax productivity, and this year KRA were jumping around, and we were very happy together with them that we had managed to get to our targets. But the percentage, 54% of all our tax revenues came from what? Indirect taxes, which is VAT.
Okay.
So productivity of VAT is at 34%. What I mean of productivity, it means how good or how we are able to collect. It's 34%. For corporate income tax, which is a big hole that we've not been able to do, is 21%.
Rogers.
Yes.
What I will do.
Yes.
Do you have time next week, both of you?
Yes, we can.
Come, let's get granular on this particular report.
2 hours.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Let's come with 2 hours. We just talk and talk and talk. Otherwise, I don't want to be fired. Yeah. This is why we take a break. And if we need.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The International Criminal Court has formally ended its investigation into Kenya's 2007-2008 post-election violence, which claimed over 1,000 lives and displaced hundreds of thousands. Despite closing the main case, the court continues to pursue 2 individuals accused of interfering with witnesses, underscoring ongoing challenges in delivering justice. In its latest report to the Assembly of States Parties, The ICC's Office of the Prosecutor confirmed on November 27, 2023, that all investigations connected to the Kenya situation have concluded. 13 major Matatu SACCOs have scored a major reprieve after the High Court allowed them continue using petrol stations within the CBD as pick-up and drop-off points. This comes while talks with EPRA and Nairobi County continue. Justice Chacha Mwita extended the existing status quo, offering operators relief during the peak travel period as they push for consultative and lasting solutions to the disputed directive.
Pia tunaomba koti hii ambayo imetusikiza siku ya leo ikaweze kupatia nafasi tuendelee kufanya kazi, especially wakati huu wa mzimu wa Krismasi. Tunasafirisha Wakenya wenzetu, sababu sisi kazi yetu ni kusafirisha Wakenya wenzetu, sio Wakenya wote ambao wako na uwezo wa kutumia magari yao. Kuna wale the ordinary Kenyan ambao wanatumia magari ya public vehicles.
The head of public service, Felix Kosgei, has called on ministries, state departments and agencies to submit timely and accurate financial statements. He said prompt audits are essential for improving service delivery and enabling Parliament to consider and adopt audit reports within the required timelines. Kosgei urged all institutions to meet the National Treasury's August 31st, 2026 deadline, warning that delays, inaccuracies and inconsistencies will not be tolerated.
Improvement in service delivery is tied to timeliness of audit reports. I'm aware that the Auditor General has been advocating for more time to conduct audits and report to Parliament and relevant county assemblies within the stipulated timelines. In response, the government through the National Treasury have asked public entities to submit their financial statements to the Auditor General for audit by 31st August to ensure timely audits.
Kenyan households are spending more on domestic stuff than ever before, with total payments reaching 90.2 billion Kenya shillings in 2024, almost double the 51.3 billion reported in 2015. The sharp rise highlights a growing resilience on paid home support across the country over the last 10 years. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the figure represents wages and allowances paid directly by families to domestic workers and other household staff. KNBS notes that these payments accounts for 0.6% of Kenya's economy. A top U.S. Navy commander ordered a second round of military strikes on an alleged Venezuelan drug boat. The White House has confirmed. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Monday that Admiral Frank Bradley worked well within the authorities and the law in ordering the additional strike. Leavitt confirmed the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth authorized the strikes but did not give an order to kill everybody, as the Washington Post reported. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock and this is the People's Breakfast. In the previous hour, we had a very interesting conversation about the statistics from Oxfam. But in this particular hour, perhaps we shall ask some of those questions here because we do have the Principal Secretary, State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage at the Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children Services. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Umi Bashir, the Principal Secretary. Welcome, Madam PS, to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
much.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the questions we had actually, as far as your department is concerned, the State Department, we were able actually to have conversations in the previous shows that we've had here. But there's one specific one that I had, and of course we shall be having that discussion here. But thank you for making time to come and have this conversation with us. We're currently in the 16 days of activism on GBV. I don't know if that falls within the purview of your department. No? All right. But still a very important period as far as addressing this particular issue is concerned. But on matters to do with our culture and our heritage, so much has been said, so much has been done. But I feel like much more can be done, just to ensure that we safeguard, but most importantly, we also promote our culture internationally. Do you think we have done enough to just make sure that the Kenyan culture, our heritage, is well known?
First of all, thank you so much for having me this morning. For the State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, we have a lot to do. Although for the past 3 years, we've really tried to do to cover a lot, but we still have a long way to go. Now, the State Department deals with all matters culture, that's our mandate, heritage sites, and also arts inclusive of music and performing arts. Now, we have done so many policies. We've done a language policy. We've tried to do cultural festivals so that we activate the part of culture being a devolved thing that is already in the Constitution under Schedule 4. Now, what we have also done is try to empower the people at the bottom of the pyramid by using cultural practices, digitization, documentation, and also safeguarding our cultural heritage. So we have a long way to go. But as a nation, when it comes to ratification of conventions under UNESCO, we've done 3 so far. And now we are trying to come up with the legislations and laws that will also help in the implementation of those conventions that we ratified.
Yeah. Nice, interesting. And also in terms of, like you've said, we have all these cultural festivities in and around.
By the way, this is the busiest season for us. And because the cultural festivals tend to happen during this last quarter of the year.
Yes.
This week alone, we have 3 cultural festivals
this week.
Yes, this week alone.
Okay.
So we have the Marsabit Cultural Festival happening in Marsabit.
Yeah.
We have the Kapkugo Cultural Festival, the Kalenjin one, that is taking place in Mount Elgon. And we also have the Kenya Music and Cultural Festival that is currently going on in Uasin Gishu County.
This week is busy.
Yeah, and then next week we have Pinyi Luo, the Luo Cultural Festival in Migori, and we have the Turkana one coming up. We had the Lamu one about a week ago. So and we do these festivals just to solidify and unite our people, so that your culture or your practices and your tradition and do not infringe on mine, and I don't look down upon your cultures. So I, as a Somali, would come and enjoy a Taita Cultural Festival. I would come and enjoy Pinyi Luo, so that I learn your cuisines, I learn your language, I learn your dances, and I appreciate your cultures.
Do you actually attend all these events? For example, the ones this week?
I try my best to attend all of them.
Yeah.
Like I am going for 2 out of the 3 for this week, and next week I'm in Pinyi Luo. So I try to attend all cause. So it's not possible to be in all places, especially when the dates are the same. It's not possible to be in all places. But given that His Excellency the President takes these cultural festivals so seriously and attends like most of them, of course, as a department, we have to be there. And my CS2, Hannah Windot, she goes to some sometimes when we have to divide ourselves, where she attends some and I attend some. We have to show the counties that we're working with them. And given that culture is devolved, we can't sit at the top and say, listen, that's not our work.
All right.
So we try to encourage, capacity build, and also support them, even financially. Yes, we support the counties financially, have collaborations and also partnerships.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Mine wasn't a question about culture. Mine was, how did you get to actually enunciate so accurately? You've got your pitch and the intonation, Pinyi Luo, so clearly. Luo is a tonal language. you get it. It's when I hear it, it's like you know the language.
Yeah, the Lu in him has woken up.
Yes, yeah, because I'm listening and I'm thinking every time you pronounce it, it's like you're actually speaking the language.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, how I wish.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
See?
Yes.
That's exactly
that's how it's pronounced.
That's exactly how it should be pronounced.
But considering she is the principal secretary in that department, kudos.
The reason why I have to mention it is because it actually indicates the dedication that somebody gives to whatever is in their docket.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
To
the point where they even go about pronouncing it in the way it should be pronounced. That's really the point I was trying to make.
So
Thank you, City.
Yeah. So I have a question in regards to policy in your department, just to ensure that we promote our culture and heritage. So perhaps you can let us know what are the 3 top priorities in your department currently being implemented under the policy, the National Policy on Culture and Heritage of 2020, if at all there are any.
Yeah, we have so many priorities, and the top 3 that I could come up with off cuff is digitization and documentation of our cultural heritage. We are in a time that is social media is being used, and there is so much evolution when it comes to the times that we live in. So we are trying our best to document and also digitize our cultural heritage, and specifically our intangible cultural heritage. Intangible, that is the languages, the songs, the things that we cannot touch with our hands. And the other thing is we are strengthening the institutional and legal frameworks that protects our cultural expressions. Okay. Stories our babu zetu, when our wazees would tell us stories by the fireplace, we're trying to document that so that our great grandchildren cannot be carried away by the current way of telling stories or just watching TikTok and the erosion that we have all over in our younger generation. We're trying to safeguard that, and also we are also empowering the communities as our custodians of also the intangible cultural heritage. And this we are doing through the cultural festivals that I just mentioned. Going back there to the village and encouraging the troops, the cultural troops, the dancers to come and perform, and our children seeing this and appreciating them is a very important thing, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with us as a community. In your house, if you do not talk to your children in your local language in your dialect, then it becomes a problem, because you have to converse in English or even Kiswahili, so to speak, but you can't even sometimes have a private moment with your wife or your husband or your children. And documenting, digitizing for them to come to the Kenya National Library and watch, how to actually speak another language, how to speak Somali, or go to the Kenya Cultural Center and watch a play in Luo or watch a play in Kisii and appreciate that is also some of the things that are priority when it comes to our heritage. The policy, when it comes to our heritage, we have one on the repatriation of artifacts, which we are working on right now, the stolen artifacts that have already been taken out of our country. That's another one that is very sensitive and very important that we're also working on. So it's one of the priority areas for us as a State Department.
Actually, Kenya is not the only one that is fighting for artifacts to be repatriated. I know Egypt is in that particular space. Other countries I'm forgetting right now.
West Africa is full of
Benin. Yes,
but there's something you must acknowledge. That particular process has helped us enormously.
Yeah,
because we ourselves, what is it that we have as an example of how we have actually archived our own? How? See, we have a museum. Countries across this continent have museums.
Yes.
But as somebody quipped, when you go to the London, the museum in London City, there's nothing English about it. However, that's not entirely true.
Yeah.
Everything about it is about their colonial legacy, because yes, it is.
Good one, yeah.
They actually ensured that wherever it is that they had colonies, they collected all these things and brought them there.
And displayed and making money out of it.
Yes, that they certainly have. But they've also preserved it. You may not think so, but
perhaps better than we could have.
Well, I'm just asking the question, what have we done? Because I'm not going there, because if I ask what have we done, it's like I'm accusing someone. I have no wish to go there.
We've done so much. You're not accusing anyone, but we've done so much. First things first.
Yes.
We need a policy that guides us and tells us that these are the ways to go in ensuring we repatriate our stolen artifacts, because we can shout about it for years. We've been doing about it, but we never had a policy in place that would guide us. Okay, we want British Museum to return our stolen artifacts. We want the Germans to return our stolen artifacts. There are countries that are already have started returning these stolen artifacts, and we're having that conversation diplomatically through MFA to ensure that we get what has been taken away from us. Then comes the question, as CT was trying to insinuate, how then, when you're given these artifacts, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to safeguard them the way these guys have safeguarded them for many years? But that's not the point, because whether we safeguard it or not, first of all, it belongs to
ours.
us. So return them back home.
We choose to do whatever we want.
Exactly. No, listen, CT. Like 2 years ago, we got to repatriate Vigangos from Illinois University in Chicago. We got 85 Vigangos for Kaya Kauma in Kilifi County.
Now,
we gave this back to the communities. We had rituals, slaughtered goats, and we danced, and the Giriama people got their Vigangos back. Vigangos, for those who don't understand, are basically statues or structures that are placed outside the house to respect spirits that have already left, that have already died. Now, these spirits have not been sleeping for many years. They've been in the snow. They've never seen snow. They've never seen, different cultures. So they come back home now. We need to do a ritual that accepts the spirits to rest.
To acclimatize them back
to... Exactly. So... that is why this department is very important. Very important.
That the department is important is without question. Why it is without question is because anything that enables you to understand who you are cannot actually be questioned. That's what our heritage does. You see, we are loath to understanding what it is that the influence of colonialism did to us and what it erased. A ministry, when you have a country that has a ministry that deals with this, kwa Kiswahili tunasema wanafukua. Okay? You unearth the very, very things that over time people may not have known, even about ourselves. When people talk of civilization, we are often treated to what we call the process of understanding that has favored the colonizer. Okay? But when we get to understand what it is that we are, and we understand this by what it is we did and how we went about it and the things that represented our lives, and that's why these cultural festivals, in my opinion, are important, because you get to see. I attended one on Friday. Somali Cultural Festival.
The Somali Cultural Festival.
Yes. And the thing that caught my attention the most was this little thing that is supposed to look like a stool.
Right.
Which is supposed to be a headrest.
Like a pillow,
Yes, it's like a pillow. And I was thinking of how stiff my neck was going to be at the end of the
itabidi umeenda kuuliza Wasomali wanaitumiaje vizuri ndio uelewe.
You're going to be walking at an angle for a very long time.
But funny enough, City, that same pillow is used by very many communities, not only Somalis.
No, it is true. I'm actually just being facetious.
So it shows we're basically intertwined.
Yes, we are. We actually are.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a question in regards to these artifacts again, and I know we laughed about it, but when we actually managed to get these artifacts back from former colonizers, will we take care of them? And then number two, as you answer that question, are we collaborating perhaps with other nations who are also in a similar plight to ensure that there's a collective bargaining effort or bargaining power, so we have one voice and get all of them at once, and even put our resources together to ensure that we get these things back?
Good questions. Now, will we take care of them? First things first.
Yes.
We have a plan in place that once the policy is passed in cabinet, we do public participation, we take it to cabinet, we have a document that will guide us on how to go about this. I have no doubt that we will take care of them because we are the end users. these artifacts belong to us, so we know best how to use them. One, to safeguard them. We have the National Museums of Kenya, which is a saga within the State Department for Culture, Arts and Heritage. The National Museum of Kenya is a massive institution that has a lot of capacity when it comes to researchers and scientists who actually work there and earn a living by safeguarding our cultural and our heritage as a country. We will take care of them because we have so much space to even construct more offices, more storage facilities, and see how we can make even money out of this as a country, because we will get this back, these artifacts. It does not mean we go and lock them in a store somewhere in a dark basement, as the other museums are doing internationally. They're getting resources by displaying these artifacts and having a story. But you see, now the story is ours to tell. As Kenya and the different communities, 46 communities that we have our own different stories. So each community to have an exhibition at the National Museums of Kenya of these repatriated artifacts that now we have back at home would sell immensely, because now you tell us your own story because you understand it best. But then when it's in another institution, in another museum, in another country, they have a narrative and a thought and an imagination on how this story came about, what this stool that has been stolen is for, what this sword is for. There are human remains that are even in these museums, human remains, bodies that have not been buried up to date for many years. But we thank some countries who actually want to return this. Some people will see it differently, but I see it in a positive manner, because once you return these remains, we will bury them, and our spirits for those people as Kenyans will rest. The other thing you asked is, do we do it with other countries? In UNESCO, we have a segment that deals specifically with repatriation of artifacts for African nations. So we're already part and parcel of that as Kenya. The West African part of Africa are many countries whereby we have partnered to ensure that our voice is heard, and this we do it through the National Museums of Kenya again, whereby we have similar problems. Your issue is my issue, your artifacts are more or less like my artifacts, and this conversation is a conversation that we have partnered with UNESCO to ensure that the repatriated artifacts are returned.
There's even a department in UNESCO for this.
Yes. And the good thing is, as a department, we are part and parcel of UNESCO in conjunction with the MFA and also the State Department for Education. So ours is, since our issues are the same as African nations, even within the AU, there's a segment that deals specifically with heritage, culture, and we have the same issue. So what we do is collaborate, partner, meet in these forums and conferences internationally, and voice the same. The other day, I was in Barcelona, speaking on the same, and it was a very emotional and sensitive conversation in that room, because many African nations were more or less putting forward the same points. And I would say legislations, policies, and ratifications of these conventions is very important. You cannot talk about, we want this back, and you have not, ratified these conventions, which are very important. But the good thing with Kenya, we have ratified that UNESCO convention of 1970 that specifically deals with the stolen artifacts, illegal taking of artifacts out of the country, and I think we respect UNESCO conventions because that's where the conversation starts, and it doesn't stop with just ratification of conventions. We also now come back, have legislations that would implement and activate the convention.
I have a question. When we ask these foreign powers to give us back our stuff, what is usually their response? Because it's easy as, I have your phone, I return it. Nimekupata now, nirudishie tu. So when you ask them about, you give us those things of us, what do they say?
First of all, that's a tricky question because diplomatically, we have very good conversations with them. Usually they don't refuse directly to return. There are very many impediments and reasons that are given, or buying time when it comes to return our artifacts which were stolen. It's usually our laws don't allow. All right. So now, how do you then ensure that the law there and the law here in Kenya are in tandem to ensure that what was taken illegally is returned legally? So there's that conversation. Sometimes, and some countries in Africa have been given stolen artifacts on lease. You go, take it for a few years and return it back to us. Yeah, I know.
And it's yours.
Yeah.
But you lease it from...
Yeah. So as well...
yeah.
It's something that museums across the world do for purposes of learning. If you have an artifact that...
If anything, they should be leasing from us.
No. I'm not talking about the immediacy of what they owe us. I'm talking about the principle of leasing. And it's something that institutions of that nature do. That's what I'm trying to say. But where the ratification of some of these understanding with, say, the UN come in my opinion, it's not just a question of giving it back to us. There's a process you have followed over these years to ensure that these things have been the way they are. Is it possible for a collaboration to be gotten into so that you help us understand what it is that needs to be done to get something of that sort? What I mean is this. For instance, we have a museum. We have people who've trained and they actually know how to do these things. I'm simply saying this. When you have artifacts that are decades old, some even older than decades, it means these people have understood the processes of preserving these things. It is in our interest to understand how they preserved these artifacts of ours, because if they hadn't, there'd be nothing for us to claim. There'd be nothing for us to actually want back.
But CT, that's a good point, thank you. But here at the museums, we also have artifacts which we have safeguarded for many years, hundreds of years. How then did we accomplish that and are doubtful of ourselves as a nation that we might not do it to that capacity of how they're doing it? Maybe we have a thing or two to learn as we move forward. But we have the Turkana boy here at the National Museums of Kenya. The oldest is how many years? It's actually almost 2 million years old. The fossil that was found in Turkana of the oldest fully formed fossil. We have it in a vault safely, the original. Countries come from all over. They come all over for us to make casts for them so that they can go and display in their museum. And we make money out of this other country. So that also tells you something. We have preserved this oldest fossil. So there must be a way that we have a know-how that they also don't, because I believe our scientists are fantastic. They still come, take specimens from us as a country to go and they take it to their country and look at it, research, and sometimes, use it for research work and do articles, scholarly articles on the same. I'm not saying that we're perfect. We have a thing or two to learn. The many machines that they have for preservation of fossils and artifacts and specimens that we don't have. And therein comes in partnerships, collaborations of the Friends of the Museums, like the Smithsonian in America, whereby they come, give us some of these machines philanthropically. We go there, capacity build our scientists and learn a thing or two. But when it comes to repatriation of stolen artifacts, they must be returned home because this is where they belong. You cannot tell me you're going to lease an artifact to me that is mine. Give it to me as a lease and we will know if I will ever return it. That's a conversation for another day.
Perhaps then we can, because anyway, we are all, the world belongs to us, right? Is it possible to have a conversation whereby, because hii kitu ni kama wanakataa kurudisha, then we have a rotation of sorts whereby 5 years it's in Kenya, 5 years it's there. So every 5 years, it's just oscillating between us and them.
But why?
Well, why stop? But why stop there? Do they have things that we ourselves may also want?
Exactly.
To showcase?
So can we have a conversation around?
Give us back ours, but this leasing thing, lease us something that is.
Give us the crown of
yours,
King Edward. He keep it here for a while.
But that would be a very good thing because
yes,
imagine having the history, the American history, the history of the Germans here in exhibitions in our country.
Exactly.
It'll actually create more money, more resources for the museums. Now, you have been making money from these artifacts that you took very many years ago. Have we sat down and calculated how much you've made since you took them and displayed them in your museums?
No, that is a conversation that will never end.
Oh, no. But it's an important conversation. For you to have taken it, you deemed that it had some importance.
Of course.
Okay?
Yes.
And that importance, for it to be on display and for it to exist, must have increased over time. Okay? And that value can be monetized and it can be calculated in convertible currency.
Yes.
So it is not a far-fetched idea. I was heading towards this idea of collaboration and going beyond what is ours and talking about what is also theirs. You see? We haven't kicked a fuss about this thing of ours which you stole. We're not even saying you stole. We're just saying you took, but it's still ours. Okay? Now, we're saying this and us, we don't want to steal.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to... We are actually asking. See, we're doing one better. We're asking. There's this and this and this and this and this
that you guys have.
Yeah, like there's this thing called what you call the Magna Carta.
Can we have it?
We've spoken of it. Can we
watch movies?
So that our people actually get to see this thing.
The crown jewels. Ziletani hapa kidogo. Okay.
But
anyway,
even I think, let me tell you. Let me just give you a rough number. Yes. Do you believe that we have 37,000 stolen artifacts all over the world that are in different institutions?
Yes.
Right? Different institutions. Actually, there are more than that. This was our inventory almost 5 years ago that gave us this report. But the research is still ongoing. Now, I think we've stuck on this point for repatriation, which I'm very, very passionate about.
Yeah.
Imagine bringing the pyramids, bringing them to Nairobi. Even one, I know it's massive, but having a cast of sorts of a pyramid, not necessarily the pyramid itself.
The actual pyramid.
You can't move that, but having it somewhere at this garden, Uru Gardens, displaying it. How many Kenyans would come out and see what is this? What is the story about this? So that would also open up Africa as a whole for us to appreciate your heritage, and you appreciate mine. This Turkana boy you're talking about. What is it? Display it in, Somalia. Display it in Namibia for us to appreciate each other's heritage.
True.
So. So
that is something that perhaps your department can engage in. Let's see where it goes. You never know. A conversation that started at Radio Generation, tujipata hapa tuko na
Paul, they've been having this conversation long before we came.
The mummies. Bringing a mummy.
All right. So in terms of languages, some of this, I've been under the impression that there are some languages that perhaps if we do not safeguard them, they might disappear. For example, the El Chamus. Very, very few people now, I understand, speak this language. What is your department doing for them and many others perhaps that we do not know of?
So first of all, intangible cultural heritage is a very important topic. With time, languages become eroded because no one actually speaks them often these days. Even in the villages, people are becoming .com, find it old school, boring. So as the State Department for Culture, we're trying to keep or make culture cool again, because culture is usually known for boring old things. So we acknowledge that intangible cultural heritage is actually a living knowledge of past that is passed across generations. Okay, now we have a national inventories that we have developed as a State Department to preserve this intangible cultural heritage, like languages. We have the national the National Museums of Kenya back again. We have the natural product industry. It is a department within the saga called the National Museums of Kenya that safeguards, documents, digitizes all this. Okay, so they digitize all our natural products. When you look at the natural products, that is our miti shamba, our medicinal herbs that we have,
our honey,
yes. And so we try and document and have cultural champions in each county, the ambassadors, the youth that will appreciate using the elders in that county and safeguard this intangible cultural heritage. Now, the inventory is a system that we have in place in the State Department, whereby we have the elders come over. Sometimes we go to them in the counties and record these languages, speak, teach me from the basics. Hi, how do you say hi? How do you say thank you? And all that. So what we're trying to do is document it and digitize so that we safeguard it for.
So have like kind of a dictionary for all these languages.
Yes. And the good thing is the National Library Service is also under the State Department for Culture. So we work together with the National Library. Another point that I would love to mention is that the State Department for Education is also very important, because the end users or the people that are major stakeholders are the children, and having a topic, a unit, a subject in school, especially junior high and lower classes, so that the children can be speaking. Because I remember back in the day we used to be given discs, some sort of bone you put around your neck
when you talk your native vernacular,
even Kiswahili, because you must speak English in school. So why is it wrong for me to speak my mother tongue for a subject, because there's French, there's German, so that is also what we are trying to do to also safeguard our intangible cultural heritage. Then another thing is infusing technology and also promoting intangible cultural heritage so that we make it relatable and usable for even the youth. Gen Zs are very .com. Their role models are Beyonce, Jay-Z, Nicki Minaj. But there are also artists here who are very cool, cultured, have very beautiful music, and some of them even sing in vernacular. So what we're also trying to do is encourage that through the State Department for Youth, so that at the end of the day, you as a youth don't look up to other cultures as being cool and fancy, while your own is top-notch, yours is articulate, and you can use yours for generations to come and safeguard it at the same time.
And how are we incorporating also film in all of this? Because it's good to document, have a dictionary where, I can learn the Kamba language and the Somali language and all these other tribes. But in terms of also just listening to the culture, listening to the language, I'd like to hear, Aluo speaking, that very beautiful language, and Akamba and Kikuyu and all these other languages. And also just some of those folk tales that make those particular communities what they are. For example, the Kikuyus and the Mugumo tree, and the fact that they came from this person called Mumbi. And so, what are we doing in regards, how are we incorporating film and theater perhaps to ensure that we can also document that and archive it?
Okay. Yeah. The other day at the Kenya Cultural Center, which is again a saga under the State Department, that's where the theater is, near KBC.
Yes. We
have many plays there. Many plays, and actors come and do their plays there, and people actually buy tickets to watch them. Some are in vernacular. I think about 2 months ago we had the Koitalel Arab Samoy play, and it sold out, and they had to repeat it again and again because Kenyans loved it. Because it's a story that we're telling of a history, the Kalenjin hero that died, almost 120 years ago. That he didn't actually die; he was murdered. That is the story.
He was murdered.
He was murdered. So, but return there. His head is somewhere back again to repatriation
artifacts.
Yeah. So this play was done at the Kenya Cultural Center. So students and youth would come and watch and appreciate this. So this is some of the things that we're doing as government. Now there's the Kenya Film Commission, which is under the State Department for Art, for youth and the creatives.
Okay.
And we work very closely with that State Department because we do more or less the same. So there's a lot of things that we do together. Now, having plays that are in your local dialect that you would resonate with is something very important, because it's not about just putting them in an inventory and shelving them and they gather dust. It's about us using and understanding these plays and feeling like we're part and parcel of that story 120 years ago, which we're not there, but our blood and our history makes us all related. So the Kenya Film Commission is very, very important. Although we're looking at a way of partnering and doing plays, doing a whole Netflix of sorts that is specifically for Kenya, like the way we have Nollywood, we have Kennywood.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually called, I think, Riverwood or something.
Riverwood. Yeah. But you see, it's easier said than done, because there's so many creatives who are content creators on social media. If you go on Instagram right now, you will take hours just watching skit after skit after skit. And Kenya Cultural Center is the best way to make use of this. I would encourage the youth to go and use that space. Go with your family. It's very friendly. It has it's like a weekend vibe. Saturdays and Sundays usually there are many plays, so you can take your kids there, you can take your family there, and at the end of the day, we get to appreciate the creatives, the talent that we have in our youth.
Yeah, because I know very many filmmakers in this country who have got ideas, these amazing ideas. You've just mentioned Koitalel, for instance. I know of a filmmaker who's currently writing a story and trying to animate this particular superhero of Kenya. And we also have other people I might not know of who have got these amazing ideas. They just do not have the resources to bring them to the forefront. So perhaps this is something that your department and the ministry as a whole can just see how we can bring, because I like the fact that when I watch on Netflix, I can watch Spider-Man. That's an American culture. And many other James Bond, that's a British culture.
Yeah.
And it's an urban legend. But we also have our own culture, our own legends,
our own superheroes.
Akina Mekatilili wamenza ni watu tunafaa kwa tukipropagate.
Sio Kimau is actually
Sio Kimau, the lady.
So
that Kamba superhero.
Superheroes.
For a moment there, I thought you were going to say Black Panther.
Wakanda forever.
We have our own Black Panthers. So.
Now that is an American perspective on our stories.
Yeah.
But I'm sure ukifuatilia vizuri, that story came from somewhere.
Yeah. You know, my kid, I have a 4-year-old who sleeps in the Spider-Man costume. Wakes up, his book has to be Spider-Man, his games have to be Spider-Man. So there's this notion whereby we've brainwashed our own children to believe that Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, these are the superheroes. But then we have our own. So the nation, I think, will work very closely with the creatives.
Can I ask
the
a
filmmakers.
question?
Right.
You mentioned working closely with the Ministry of Education. How much emphasis does the Ministry of Education give to our culture and heritage in terms of, does it feature prominently in our curriculum?
Oh, it does. Especially when it comes to music, drama, and act. Okay? We have the music festivals. You've seen the competition in all schools that happens once a year, I think August, because we have a similar one that is ongoing, the Kenya Music and Cultural Festival. That's for cultural festivals. Now, the music and education one is under the State Department for Education, whereby children compete. So your music, you use your music to teach me or compete with me that yours is not better than mine, but mine is better than yours, and so on. So we have those competitions that go on. But if it's a subject in school or a course or a unit, that's a different story now. That's a different story because we have not yet inculcated having vernacular languages in schools. But that is what we're working towards.
You know why I asked the question? If I remember the geography that we studied, this one sticks to my mind. I learned about the St. Lawrence Seaway. Okay, I know exactly how it works because I was taught. But I was also taught the history of this continent, and I was also taught, this is in school, the history of Europe and the wars that they fought and how it related to the wars that we had here. So I have a fairly okay-ish knowledge of Europe. I have an okay-ish knowledge of the continent. And also, that is because of the subjects I studied, even in literature. I know that one of the handicaps that people who come from the Northern Hemisphere has, the curriculum do not teach them anything about a continent like ours. So you find somebody's almost absolutely ignorant about things.
Very true.
And yet we have knowledge because we were taught.
Yeah.
So teaching becomes important because it's at a time when your mind is actually very open and very willing to learn. And you may think it doesn't matter, but it will matter because it just forms part of your store of knowledge and your reference point when it comes to understanding the world around you.
Yeah, history.
Yes.
It's true. I think it's very important because we're so good at global history, international history, British history, American history.
Or you have no idea.
But when it comes to ours, the buck stops now in the schools, whereby I should teach these children why Turkana, what's the story? How did Turkana come about? Where did the name come from? The Lake Turkana, what is the story? You know, go to Mandera, go to Kisumu, and so on. I think it's about time.
When you create that curiosity in our students, you create a curiosity about their own country. You are inadvertently building patriotism, which then morphs and grows into nationalism.
It's true.
Because you actually get to understand, and it's something you actually taught, so you know it. You can't pretend you don't know it, and you will go back and ask your parents, did you hear about this and this? Do you know about this and this? And some of the history will relate to the community that those children come from, and so they will know things that probably even their parents have not told them, but it evokes that knowledge of your origin and why it is important. You see, the story of these artifacts, do you know why it's important? If you're older like myself, you'll have an understanding of it. There's a generation that has no clue. When there is a story about repatriation of these artifacts, you evoke that story and say, wait a moment, you mean to tell me these things were this important for them to have taken it? why did they consider it was significant? They knew the significance because they found out the significance. That's why they took it. Why? Wherever it is displayed, believe me, there's a write-up about that particular
citation.
artifact.
It's called citation. Yeah.
And you will be told it is this. They used it for this. They did this with it. So they understood.
Yeah.
Now that helps. In our situation, it helps an entire generation of people to understand, one, colonialism from this particular point of view of culture and heritage, how it influenced us, and also it helps them understand just how profoundly rich their own culture was.
I have a suggestion, and this is maybe somewhat wishful thinking, but perhaps one day, one time, we can... I was looking at the budgets for Wakanda Forever now that he mentioned it. It was about 200 million. And then 200 million US dollars, to be specific, USD.
To make that movie.
To make that movie. But at the box office, this is what it earned. It earned over 850 million USD. So about 4 times what was put in. So if one day, one time, we can be visionary enough, we can actually invite some of these Hollywood bigwigs and collaborate with our own folks here, our own filmmakers, and make our own story and put it out there, and I'm sure it will be a worthy investment because we have great stories. We can tell them in and we can actually, and I know Kenya can make that money if we wanted. We just need to focus on a few areas where we need to get that cash, and even donors would be willing to come and fund that particular project.
And not forgetting the creatives. We have amazing AI techs. We have amazing AI creatives in this country. Some of them have amazing. I go on TikTok and I see Kenyan youths doing amazing work. I think it's a good way to collaborate. And make money out of it as a
we
country.
can tell a story a year, and in another 20 to 30 years we will have stories on our culture that cannot be erased on the platform. So we'll talk about that. In terms of devolution, once again, your department collaborating with county governments to ensure that if I go to Migori County, for example, I can get to experience the culture, and see some of the things that they did back in the day. If I go to Kitui, I'll see the same. If I go to Samburu, Turkana, all these spaces, I can actually walk in and say, this is a Samburu culture, a place I can literally go and learn about it. I don't know if that's available anywhere.
No, it's not, because we don't have a centralized way of dealing with culture, because culture is devolved. So what we do, we give support to the counties. So Samburu County has its own culture, and they get to display their cultures during the Ma Cultural Festival, where Kajiado, Narok, and Samburu itself they partner annually to showcase and also celebrate their cultures. Now, the national government, where the State Department is, does not really work on having a centralized unit for culture at the top level. But it gives a chance to the people at the bottom of the pyramid and the counties through the COG to actualize that dream of having a system in all the 47 counties that is functional, using policies, legislations at that level. What we do is plug in terms of support. Like now, the cultural festivals that I'm talking about that are happening now, we support some of them financially. Rather, we support them financially. Although it is devolved, it comes to a position whereby at the national level, we cannot hog like the way it used to be done before devolution and this constitution, whereby we would sit up here and say, listen, you want to perform in Turkana, you come and perform here in Nairobi. You get? So that whole narrative has changed. Now we're empowering the counties to go ahead, show us your talent, show us your cultures, show us how you're safeguarding this, and we will support you here at the national level.
All right. Ushanga, Kenya Initiative, empowering our women to, and other groups, of course, to just make our craft and sell it out there.
Ushanga is one of the most amazing and dope unit that we have in the national government. I'll say this because Ushanga is it speaks directly to the women at the bottom of the pyramid. It empowers these women. So we have 10 counties that do the Ushanga, the beadwork for the Maasais. The Pokot, the Turkana, Marsabit, we have northeastern counties like Garissa, we have Baringo. So these women sell these beads to make a livelihood, pay fees for their kids, food to eat on their table, and so on. Initially we had 7 counties, but now we increased that number. Now, why Ushanga? Ushanga gives these women an opportunity to make money, even if climate change comes in and there's a drought.
Yes.
These are pastoralists, most of them. So when they don't have cattle, when they don't have goats, they don't have, a means to make their ends meet, they sell these beads. They sell the beads, but now at the same time, the beads that they sell at 200, a bracelet at 200, 100, you find it at a Central Junction, big shops selling it 10 times the amount, and people actually buy
like
them.
2,000.
Exactly.
And I can get it in the streets for 50 bob.
Exactly. And now this woman, for her to leave Narok and come and sell this for 2,000 here, it's not feasible, because she lives there. She has to use money to come here, Nairobi, place to stay, eat and sell. So what we're trying to do as a State Department is we're coming up with an e-commerce platform whereby someone in New York can actually buy this bracelet on an e-commerce platform, a market that we have online, just like Alibaba, Amazon, eBay. But we have to do it, like, first of all, in Kenya. Can someone in Kisumu buy this bead, this kofia, or this kofia bead in Lamu, and can it be delivered successfully to Nairobi or Kisumu? We are working with Posta on this. So for Ushanga, I would say it has so much potential. The beadwork that the women have, the gap that we have in that sector is lack of market. People want to buy, but we don't know where we can go display and sell these products, all right? Because the brokers, the agents, middlemen tend to make a lot of money. The Kamba carvings, the same thing. The Kisii soapstone, the same thing. You will find cars coming, lorries will come and take all these products done by the creatives in Kisii, the soapstone. They will mold their arts and they go abroad. So the middlemen and the brokers make a lot of money taking this out of the country and selling them. But you, who's there in Kisii, who actually used your hands to do this beautiful artwork, you don't make as much as you deserve, actually.
How is this possible, though? And what you've said is really very true. They come and carry these things in truckloads, literally, and then you find them on this e-commerce platform, sometimes even designer commerce platforms, the Versace's of this world, and you will see our kiondos being sold for a lot of money. Nashanga ile kiondo nonanga my grandmother akitengeneza, but on those platforms it's going for even $2,500, pounds, euros, depending on the website.
This conversation began with a government called the Kikoi. Somebody went and patented the name and even try to patent the design and how it is made.
Yeah.
It is a native garment, woven natively. See, the protection, let me reverse. Government participation becomes important because it acts as a protective umbrella and a shield when it comes to some of these things. I do not want to speak of our county governments because very few positive things come out of my mouth when I speak about the county governments. So let's just leave it at that. You've all heard of the Great Zimbabwe. The marvel of over 150 stone structures, the one which caught the attention of the world when it was brought into being, and which then in 1986 led UNESCO to name it as a heritage site. It was a testimony of what it is that those Shonas were able to do with stone, dry stone. They made not a house, they made an entire structure. You know how when you look at medieval Europe, castles and what have you, they had something similar, but built of stone. In fact, the name Zimbabwe, it's a 3-letter word that means houses of stone, and that's why they renamed it Zimbabwe from Rhodesia. Why am I giving this example? In Migori is a place called Thimlich Oinga. Thimlich Oinga has similar structures.
It's true.
It tells you something that you wouldn't know if someone didn't direct you towards it.
Yes.
Now, when you find these structures, there's something else you find. You get utensils. This is what they used. You get weapons. You even know how the houses were structured, where the gate was, where the guardhouse was. A whole story is told just by this one structure. So it flies in the face of the myths about how very extremely backward we were and how yes. Now again, the things that we speak of, these ruins tell stories, because the remnants of how these people went about their business is found in these ruins. Okay? Why do I bring this up? Within this same structure, you would find remnants of what people use for clothing. You will find what people used for medicine. I mean, an entire story of that community,
ecosystem on its own,
it will be told. Okay, now these are things that we really must tell, and it must be understood, because these stories, if we start with Egypt and those pyramids, there are no aliens that came to build those pyramids. Okay, and the Jews who are in Israel did not build those pyramids. No, that's Hollywood for you.
Yep.
Historically, those pyramids were built long before the Jews ever went to Egypt. So again, most of the pyramids that we have in that region are actually in Sudan. They are not in Egypt. Now, again, most people don't seem to know this. I'm simply throwing this out so that you understand there's a wealth of knowledge that we have about our continent that is very rarely spoken of. And it's because the culture that is derived or that brought about this great learning and that was exported to Europe, and the Europeans very good at copying and making it their own and presenting it as their very own, they did an excellent job. Now, this is what our people need to continuously learn and know.
Yeah.
That we actually are a great people. We are not what the colonialists told us we are.
We need to recapture our heritage and our culture. Madam Pierce, as we come to a close of this conversation, what is the one single most ambitious thing you need or you would like to accomplish before you leave your position as the PS when the time comes?
Oh, yeah, there's that. One thing I would love to do by the time I leave office is to make culture cool again, to make our heritage cool again. That is not for old and rugged old people who are going to die. This is a story of wazes only. I want our youth to appreciate and take part in documenting and appreciating our cultural heritage. City spoke about Thimli Chohinga. Thimli Chohinga is a very, very important UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's actually the 7th one. We have 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The 8th one was Gedi Ruins, which we got last year. For us, this is a big win as a nation. Now, how do you make culture cool again? By making me go to Thimli Chohinga in Migori County to go and appreciate this amazing ecosystem that is there, that has been there for generations to come. We're talking about the pyramids in Egypt. We have a similar thing in our country. It may not be a pyramid, but it is more or less a pyramid of our own, our own story. So I would like our youth to appreciate and make culture cool again by using and appreciating our UNESCO World Heritage Sites, going to get the ruins to see these structures and appreciating them. Another thing is, there's so much erosion when it comes to our cultural celebrations, in the sense that a cultural celebration is seen as something for backward people. Wamasai wanna dance, Waturkana wanna dance. It's not about that. It's about me coming to appreciate your cultures, documenting, content creators to also take part in these festivals. Come there, not even expecting to be paid. You want content. This is the best place to create content. It's not sitting in your house and just putting your phone on those stands and making us laugh. You can come make us laugh by dancing with the Turkanas in Tobonglore, dancing in Penyiluo, and fishing and taking part in that whole ecosystem there. And Kapkugo, the Kalenjin Cultural Festival that is has started today. Not tomorrow started. Starts tomorrow. And this is the story of where the Kalenjin came from, Mount Elgon, the pilgrimage. Where they came from is Mount Kenya. We always think it's Nandi, it's Kericho. That's where they all ended up. But there's a story of its own there. So safeguarding that story and having a film, having movies, and having our own superheroes, that's something that I would love to do. The last thing that I want to emphasize on, having wages, royalties paid to artists for their music. Artists make music, creatives make music, but then at the end of the day, the royalties that they're supposed to get, that they had earned cash that they need to put in their pocket and make a living, it goes in different pockets. That is something that, again, as a national government, we're trying to change that whole narrative and make sure that the artists get their money, the royalties that they deserve. So that's another thing I would love to see by the time I leave office, and by the time His Excellency William Ruto leaves office, that there's so much change in this industry of music, of art, of culture and heritage.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam PS, for making time to come and talk to us. We invite you again. So much to be discussed, especially on the youth art and how they produce it and how they should benefit from it. Because as much as we want to create employment, imagine kuna pesa hapo kwa arts. Yes, thank you so much. All right, don't go too far. We'll be right back. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Oxfam International has raised alarm over worsening inequality in Kenya. It warns that almost half of the country's population now lives in extreme poverty despite years of economic growth. Appearing on Radio Generation on Tuesday, Oxfam Kenya's research advisor Anthony Kamande cautioned the country's development model is not sustainable and is leaving millions behind.
Of course, when you go to a supermarket or in the market out there, you don't buy each and every item. So maybe you pick one or two. Sometimes you might not feel that the prices have gone up because it's incremental. So if you had 100 shillings, last year the prices have gone up by 7.7 shillings. That might not feel like a lot of money, and especially if you also have a lot of money. But for the poor person, that means a lot. Imagine a woman earning 200 shillings per day. Then they have to pay an extra 8 shillings to be able to access food. And we are being impacted differently. Again, it's the poor people because they spend most of their income on food compared to the wealthiest.
The High Court in Kwale has ordered the closure of 7 unregistered children's homes in the county after they were linked to child trafficking syndicate. Justice Naikuni Lepares of the Environment and Lands Court said the facilities are suspected of trafficking children out of the country where their rights are violated. He condemned the actions of unscrupulous individuals who exploited vulnerable children by placing them in such homes only to abuse them.
Tunataka hizo home zote tutazifunga kwa sababu hatujui kwa nini una sustain a children's home which is not registered. You must be doing illegal things. Unafanya mambo ambaye sio ya halali.
Nataka nisisitize ya kwamba watoto ni rasilimali na ni lazima sisi kama wazazi tuchukue jukumu letu la malezi, na sisi kama viongozi tuchukue jukumu letu la kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunawapatia mazingira na mandhari ambayo yatawafanya waende mbele.
The Director of Public Prosecutions has ordered a public inquest into the death of Daystar University student Lorna Kadhambi, who fell from the 11th floor of Harmony Plaza in Ngara. The decision comes after DCI submitted CCTV footage showing her final moments and a toxicology report indicating she was highly intoxicated at the time. The state now wants the 7 students who were with her that night treated as witnesses. The group had earlier been held for a week as investigators worked to establish what led to the fatal fall.
So when after the E1 jumped, the deceased followed as per the CCTV footage. So that's what was the last moment.
So what do you want a magistrate to do?
So after we compelled all, we forwarded to the ODPP. After they review and peruse the file, toxicology we forwarded there. We took some samples of blood from the deceased during the postmortem.
One of the 4 sons of notorious Mexican drug kingpin El Chapo Guzman has pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges in a U.S. court. Guzman Lopez's guilty plea on Monday comes after U.S. prosecutors pledged last May not to pursue the death penalty against him. Lopez, who's 39 years, is a member of Los Chapitos, a cell made up of El Chapo's children. including his brother Ovidio, who pleaded guilty in July to drug trafficking, firearms, and money laundering charges. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Tottenham manager Thomas Frank says he's very confident he has the backing of the club's owners. Spurs' only Premier League home win under Frank, who joined from Brentford in June, was the opening weekend fixture against Burnley. They have just 18 points from 13 games and sit 12th in the league table. Fans at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium booed goalkeeper Guillermo Vicario after his mistake led to Fulham's second goal in Saturday's 2-1 defeat. The Manchester United goalkeeper Andre Onana has been left out of the Cameroon squad for the Africa Cup of Nations, while Bryan Mbeumo has been included. Manager David Pagu has selected 4 goalkeepers ahead of Onana, who has kept 3 clean sheets in 11 outings on loan to Turkish side Trabzonspor. Amad Diallo and Nusair Mazraoui are both expected to play for the Ivory Coast and Morocco respectively. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and it is the People's Breakfast. And kama kawaida, we like talking to the people. City is one of them. He is one of the people because
one of them what?
Because he is the people. Mundalo Advice. Good morning.
Good morning, Mbuvi.
Welcome to Radio Generation once again.
Yeah, it's been a minute
since you were on this show, but I know you go to other shows.
Yes, but since I was on this show, I was wondering what's happening.
Mpaka nikasema nani alikufukuza hapa? Kwani City alikwambia usikanyange hapa tena?
No, haiwezi kuwa City. It can only be.
Was it Edna, the producer?
It can only be one person from my generation. Yes.
And the way you're looking at me,
it looks like you.
But welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hiyo umeitafuta hiyo.
Nimejitafutia. Mundalo Advice is the MD of Two Sense Leadership Institute, and of course a friend of Radio Generation. I wanted to say a friend of the show, but clearly wewe umekuwa friends with other places. But we are happy that you find time to come and visit us and have conversations with the people.
Definitely.
Basically, yeah.
Definitely.
So we want to look at, of course, the by-elections, the aftermath, the constitution versus the right of expression, and many other things that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours. Actually, even yesterday, we had a conversation about the by-elections.
Yeah.
What do you make of what happened during the by-elections on Thursday?
I think the by-elections opened a very huge Pandora's box in terms of what is our political reality. Because there is a big difference between what is our political conversation, what is our political emotion, what exactly is our political reality. That came out heavily during the by-election. And it was able to point out in terms of, in the last, preceding the last election of 2022, there was a by-election of similar nature. Yeah, the Kiamba, Juja, and all that.
Yes.
And when those by-elections happened, at that time, UDA won those by-elections, but government had excuses on why the by-elections were lost.
Okay.
But the trajectory and the pace that set went all the way to the election. Now, the similar thing has happened today again, and the government won majorly in most parts of the by-election.
Yes.
Now, the shoe has turned to the other foot now. Opposition has excuses on why the by-elections were lost, instead of really addressing the real issues and accepting the political reality. The political reality is that he who gets better organized wins the election. The political reality is that the voter today is not buying narratives and census of tribes.
I think it is safe to say that President William Ruto actually does know how to win elections.
He who organizes the election, he who knows how to organize themselves. That is the political reality. President William Ruto was able to know how to just organize the election. Yeah, and that is where he became better than opposition, because opposition keeps thinking that people will vote for you because they don't like government. They are busy banking on a narrative and a fallacy that because people have a problem with government, or because there is hate, that when you sell hate, then you become the better alternative. That kind of politics used to work some time back.
Yes.
But what I was able to see from the 2022 election is that you can no longer anchor your politics on, one, the census of tribes, and two, you can't anchor it on hate. People want something more solid than that. That even if we are not comfortable with Mbuvi, we want you as Mundalo to tell us something more tangible. We are not just going to trust you because we don't like Mbuvi. The voter is quickly progressing, and to me, it's actually a very good thing. And it also points out the reality that when you go for the election, you just need to be organized and give it to them. President Ruto and UDA were extremely organized.
Yes.
When in terms proceeding the by-elections, they really cut down on the chest thumping that normally happens and is characteristic of governments.
Yes.
There was a lot of coercion. I would look at the language that Kindiki was using in Mbere. There was a lot of coercion to the people. It was not the normal chest thumping that governments always use. I think the only place that I saw a bit of chest thumping and which went detriment to them was in Bungoma, because that is the only place where the election did not go the Ford Kenya way. And when you look at the formula used in Bungoma versus the formula that was used in other places, there is a world of a difference. So the truth is, give it to him. In this by-election, it only showed us that President Ruto is better organized than the opposition, and opposition needs to accept that reality. And looking for excuses for it is not going to be any helpful.
You know, the Great North MP, Honorable Biti Salachi, was here yesterday, and she actually did mention something to that effect, that you know, now that ODM is in the broad-based government, they were able to see some of the inner workings, you know, when the president is preparing for elections. And perhaps they saw that, there is organization. And I remember, and I'm paraphrasing here, but she says that the president is serious when it comes to these things. He even makes sure that he has a tallying center where he gets real-time updates of the daily, whatever is happening on the ground. And even prior to the elections, he literally knows what the ground knows. And
she said specifically, the last mile. The president organizes that to some really fine degree. In fact, she was praising and saying that is something that this fellow understands better than the other players. That's
he is very intentional. When you just look at how the things go, he is very intentional about his elections. He is very intentional about understanding what the voter really wants and how to go about the election. And something that the opposition did not do quite well in terms of doing their homework, they ate a bait that was so open, because whereas all the other by-elections were creations of nature, one of those by-elections was creation of man. One of those by-elections was not a coincidence. It was a created by-election. So you realize the Mbeere by-election is a by-election that President Ruto created himself.
When he appointed the MP to the cabinet.
Exactly. So opposition needed to have thought better to understand why exactly would this be created by him, and would he create a by-election to lose. But unfortunately, they anchored more on the euphoria. You know, most of what opposition does is euphoric politics. Euphoric politics of just and sloganeering, and whipping emotions of the people. But it looks like when it comes to the vote, the people are not necessarily buying a lot of that narrative. We did that in Azimio and we lost. And I think that was my biggest lesson in politics in 2022. That we kept believing that you can still do census of tribes and win election. Whereas President Ruto was anchoring his election on an agenda, we kept thinking you can really do the census of tribes, and that's why bringing about the BBI, bringing more people from different communities around the conversation, and that way you can be able to garner the numbers. I think that conversation is continuously getting to degenerate. And so someone must think a bit more differently. The more Rigathi Gachagua thinks, insisting that Matiang'i should count the number of kisses, and the other Kalonzo should count the number of Kambas, and he will count the number of Kikuyus, and then JB should be able to count the number of guys in the south. Is it the southern or the eastern part of Mount Kenya?
Yes.
That kind of language is not going to work for the voter of this generation. There's something deeper that this voter wants. That opposition is simply not getting it. It's continuously becoming
this voter of this generation.
Yeah.
How representative did we see them in these elections?
Are you talking about the Gen Z?
There's no other group that can be referred to as the vote of this generation. Yes,
I would actually think I'm referring more differently than I think the vote of this generation is different from the Gen Z.
What you're talking about, if I understand, is the voter of 2025.
The voter of 2025,
as opposed to that of 2017 and
exactly. Like even that voter who voted in 2017 and before, like our elder city here, that generation is also not thinking as the same way it was doing back there. But then we have now a different twist that a city brings in. The Gen Z vote, because there was also something about the Gen Z vote that came out very heavily in the by-elections. And what came out heavily is that because I moved across, especially in the Western region, to just understand how the vote is happening. And I can assure you, I did not see the Gen Z predominantly on those voting queues. They were not there. And that only points to the reality that there is a problem with the young person vote, that our emotions and our anger is not directly proportional to our willingness to participate. And I've kept saying that the young people must understand that we can't be able to have our cake and eat it at the same time. If we want to have questions about governance, then we must participate in creating the governance. We can't let someone else create the governance, then we complain about it. Because we can't create a small corner of ourselves where our work is only to complain, to throw stones, to insult the leaders and say they are doing nothing. But when the time is ripe for us to be able to participate, what are we doing about it? When you go to Kasipul, the winner of the election was a 28-year-old. But was he made MP by his generation? He wasn't. He was made member of parliament by the others. He was made member of parliament by the women, by the older folks in the constituency. When you look at all the by-elections, all these people were not made by the Gen Z. So, and politics in itself exists in its simplicity. Rarely does it get so complicated. What you see is what you get. If the wave is moving towards this direction in a by-election, it is more likely to go all the way to the election. If the person voting today is the woman and the men and people of this generation, it is more likely that it's going like that all the way. So we cannot bank on hope. Hope is not a strategy, because I've seen people saying that, some miracle will happen during the general election. Which miracle is this that is going to happen?
There's a question.
The young people must be told the truth that, guys, we did not participate. So first of all, we have no right to hate or love the ones who won. Because again, we are I've seen us on social media deciding on who rigged the election and who did not rig. We can't fail to participate in an election, then decide on who rigged and who did not rig.
There's something you said in the beginning of this conversation. You said that, there was the Kiamba and Juja elections back before 2022.
Yes.
And you said whatever happened that time was literally a mirror image of the 2022 elections. Now you said that what we have seen in the by-elections of 2025 probably will be exactly what might happen in 2027.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're talking here with CT, and CT was saying that there's a very big gap between 2025 and 2027.
Yeah.
2 years, we might even forget that there's a guy called Boyd Were who won the election. We might forget, that Wamudende is the current MP for Mbere, or rather the circumstances that brought him to power, or brought them to power.
Yes.
Do you think that perhaps, in a sense, we will forget the circumstances that brought these people, and 2027 is still going to be a very different ballgame?
Rarely does that happen. Where I agree with City is the fact that we will forget the names Boyd Were and Wamudende. In fact, it's not about we will. We have people today, even in those same constituencies, who don't know those guys. We have, because these by-elections are predominantly about the big boys. They are not about the players in their individual state. That's why even during the win in Mbeere, it is said Deputy President Kindiki wins Mbeere against Gachagua.
So it's not Wamudende.
It's not about Wamudende. And also when you check about our history and our elections, most people who win by-elections lose the general election anyway. Yeah, because the by-elections are voted mostly on the backs of the bosses. Now when you come to the general election, now you have to be you. And that's why most of them actually lose out when you now go to the main election. But what does not disappear is the tempo. The temple does not disappear, and the wave does not disappear. That, you know, at that time, Mbuvi, I was heavily in the Azimio campaign, and that time I was in the National Executive Committee of the Jubilee Party. And when we kept losing the by-elections, we kept coming up with an excuse. We kept saying, you know, there is something about this, you know, we are preparing better for the election. In fact, we don't want to win the by-elections because so that we can we can hoodwink the opposition. We kept coming up with these theories that I'm seeing opposition doing today, when the facts were clear on the table. And that's why today I would not make such mistakes again. The facts were clear on us. But we are the ones who kept making yellow look like green. The same way the guys today are now trying to make things look. Because I remember before the by-election, in fact, the leaders, some of the leaders in the opposition were saying that it will be a near miracle. If government or UDA wins those elections, it would only be by an act of God that is a miracle. I remember one of them being interviewed, and the journalist asked him, what if the election is rigged? And he said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. It cannot happen. So you see, by the fact that you made it so known that there was no way it's going to be possible, you can't come today and look for excuses and say this was rigged and all these kind of things.
But surely
these are actually excuses that you are feeding yourselves with, so that you massage your ego and hoodwink your voting bloc. But it would have been a better strategy if you look straight in the face of yourselves and tell yourselves, we got it wrong. So how do we get it right?
But surely there are pronouncements that are purely political. People say them either in the heat of the moment or it serves a certain purpose then. But even more significantly, it's the people who spin these narratives have a purpose. If political parties didn't have conflicting narratives and conflicting individuals, because the confusion you speak of is internal conflicts that exist within parties. There are people who've taken a certain position, there are others who've taken a certain position, and the voice that is usually dimmed is that sane, sober voice that says, guys, this thing isn't quite going the way you think. That voice is not listened to at that point.
Never.
Because there are those who wish to say the things they believe the leader of that party would want to hear. There are those who then will say what they think will position them. It has nothing to do with that election. It has nothing to do with the people they're trying to serve. This is a contest where individuals are now fighting for space. That's all it is. If you look at these by-elections, you're right when you say it is a competition for the big boys. But in my view, democracy and representation lost again. And I'm going to explain to you what I mean. When you consider an election of a member of parliament or an assembly, member of the assembly or a member of the Senate, what you are talking about is the practicalization of our democratic process. Haki, there was no conversation in those elections about the Mwananchi, what the Mwananchi is going to gain, what they're going to benefit. Nothing. So the question is, what were people actually voting for? Because the whole idea behind voting is you're voting for this person because this is the person who represents your aspirations, represents the things that you feel you ought to get. And yet that conversation wasn't there. So what exactly were people voting for? It is no wonder that the numbers are what they are. Because if you ask me, the conversation that William Ruto began prior to 2022 was a conversation just by virtue of the fact that one saw what it did. It's a conversation that people wanted to hear. If people don't want to hear something, you will know in the way they respond to your messaging. Now, you tell me, part of the problem William Ruto has right now is precisely the very thing that gained him popularity. There are these things which he said, and unfortunately some of them were not things that were going to be achievable in a year or two. But he didn't say this. In the manner in which it was presented as though the day after tomorrow, you will see it. Now, any practical person will realize, forget 100 dams. You cannot even build one dam in a year. It doesn't work. A water pan you can, okay? But not a dam. Now, how do we talk about 2025 and the nuances that currently exist? And if I'm to go with the narrative that the citizenry, who is the voter, is now, the term used is woke, then this cannot be representative of 2027 for this very reason.
Yeah.
We wake up in our political arithmetic when there's a presidential election, not when you have all these, whether it's a National Assembly, County Assembly.
By elections.
No. The presidential election is what galvanizes people, because the presidential election, you have election of governors. Senators are considered almost irrelevant when it comes to this particular equation. They don't move the needle. Members of parliament move the needle. But members of parliament, you can draw a direct line between the presidential candidate, governors, and members of parliament. You can see this. You can actually see it. But again, in the absence of a conversation right now about what it is that the members of parliament or these representatives want to do for the people, if somebody comes up with a conversation that actually deals specifically about what it is that can be done for people realistically, because the group that calls itself the United Opposition aren't doing it, the president is at it again. He's at it again. And this time he has moved from dams to making the country a what? A first world nation. Now, there are no details as to how this thing is going to be done, but it's something that catches one's attention. Now, you tell me, when I say that between now and 2027, is it 27 or 25?
27.
This is 25.
We're 25.
Okay,
Yeah.
27. That it is a long march. I mean it. Because there are all these issues that are up in the air, and none of them seem to have been resolved. Now, who is going to find a clear path that can be explained? Because the president is going to be drawn back by the promises that many people feel he made and did not keep. Circumstances notwithstanding, nobody's going to look at that. Circumstances that he found before he became president, nobody's going to look at that. They are looking at the promise was made and what we expected wasn't there. So here we are with a by-election. Even now, this conversation that we're having is beginning to die off. By the end of this week, it will not be a very serious conversation. But the conversation about what the people should gain, there's silence on that front. Absolute silence. You do not hear not even a squeak.
You see, for me, and perhaps because Mundalo has vied before, you have vied, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to political rhetoric, specifically when you're campaigning to the people, what is usually the one thing that they would want to hear? Because like CT is saying, we'll all go there sloganeering and say one term and say the way this government has done what, but we never really get granular on what exactly we will do for the people.
Yeah.
Maybe you can let us know. Nini inapitianga kwa akili ya politicians wakiongelesha wa Kenya?
You see, when a politician is on top of the podium, the one thing that he wants to whip is emotions, because you want reactions. Now, reactions rarely come courtesy of agenda. They come courtesy of emotional whipping. Yeah. And that's why you hear those slogans and all that always happens when the politician is on the podium. But what I'm saying is that as time has kept moving, yes, there is the need for that.
Yeah.
But these people also want it to be backed up by something. Half of what City said, I wish it would be recorded and played in a strategy meeting of the United Opposition. Because he has simply laid out clear strategy for them. Because he's saying that, look here, there are these shortfalls that have happened, that maybe there are these government promises that have not been able to be achieved and all that. But you see, the mistake that the United Opposition keeps making is that it only speaks of the problem without offering any alternative. And that's why so far President Ruto continues to look better than them in the face of the public. Because when you look at it, President Ruto has a promise.
Yes.
Yeah? He has a promise. He has something. Whether it looks feasible for now or not, he is anchored on a promise. And every day, he is doing something that relates to his manifesto. Whether it is in its 100% or not is a question of another day.
Or 1%.
Or 1%. But he's being able to tell these people that, look here, this is housing. Right?
I promised I'm doing it.
He is launching, when you go to Machakos County, and I was at Syokimau about a week ago, and those houses are ready for launch. They are there. They are practical.
You can see them.
You can see them. They're not a mirage. Yeah? He's telling the people that this is SHA. Okay?
With very many problems.
Let us now talk about whether it's working or not. And we are divided in the middle in terms of who thinks it's working and who thinks it's not. So he's able to tell you that I promise that I'll change this thing from NHIF to SHA.
And I have done it.
And this is it. Next year, the first graduates of the Open University of Kenya will be graduating from the Open University. The Open University is offering courses at half the fee of normal universities. This is a promise that he was able to have in the manifesto, and the people who are studying there are real human beings, real Kenyans. They will be graduating in their reality. Yeah. So these are the things that we're talking about, and these are the things that President Ruto is speaking about, and these are the things that opposition does not have things it can point at. They are only saying that this SHA is not working without tangible proof. Yeah? They are only saying that housing is a bad agenda without tangible proof of saying, okay, what is then the alternative? Because the normal Kenyan is also asking themselves, seated in a corner, and they are saying, this housing has been a conversation we have had since the Kibaki era. And at one point, Raila Odinga was really castigated because at one point people were saying that he wants to be president, and yet there are even no houses in Kibra. Now, President William Ruto is actually dealing with that housing problem that we talked about in its reality. So it is not a mirage. And now that is where opposition finds themselves shot in the leg. Now, for you to know how bad this is, President Ruto is the first president of Kenya who had an uprising to the level of a Gen Z uprising not more than 2 years ago. And it happened twice. Now, by public perception, that should be a very unpopular person. When that same person wins a by-election today, you can't push it under the carpet. You must be able to look at it and feel like there is something, there is a communication here.
Okay.
By-elections and referendums decide the tone and the poise and momentum of election. And that is why President Kibaki, in whatever thing he had done, when he faced the referendum and lost the referendum, it went all the way to 2007 and got us into post-election violence because the momentum was decided at a certain level. Yeah. So there is near 60-70% of decision making that is happening now in this country. And one of the things I've often said that President Ruto is the easiest president to beat in an election, but he's also the hardest. Because you simply need to understand what is your alternative plan. And when you sell that, you can be able to beat President Ruto. The problem is no one is selling that. And President Ruto has continued looking practical in his things because he's being able to launch. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the other day? He launched the Rironi Mau Summit Road.
Jana.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yes.
Now, myself and the people from Western Kenya who are always stuck on this traffic movie for a whole 2 days in December, going back to the villages. In the event that road is actually ready by 2026, as President Ruto says, when those people are driving down the road and going without those traffic jams, what will be going on in their heads? What decisions will they be thinking about? When President Ruto launches a road that goes to Kalonzo Musyoka's home, what do you think is the public perception that looks at it and feels like, wait a minute, but this guy was vice president? What really happened? So what I'm trying to say is that President Ruto is not necessarily the best in the coming contest. But in terms of comparison with the people who are actually pulling up similar weight to reach out for the presidency,
no one compares.
No one is comparing to him. And it's in two folds. In terms of one, the promise that he made. You know, City, it is only you, myself, and Mbuvi who have the intellectual capacity to maybe look at a manifesto in its percentages of implementation.
That is exactly not true.
Now,
go on.
Now, in reality, when you come down here, people are not necessarily interested in these percentages of implementation. It's about were houses promised? Are they here? Is this SHA? Is this the university funding model? Is this the open university? And that's what I'm talking about. We have reality of things that he has actually been able to do. Percentages notwithstanding. Now, the people who are now against him, the question becomes, what is the alternative? Because the moment William Ruto continues speaking about his plan and what he is doing, you really are not going to beat him through saying one term. You're not going to beat him through pushing emotions and hate. You're only going to beat him by offering an alternative. People want to understand that if there is a problem with SHA, what is the complexity of what now you want to offer? And that's the conversation people want to have. And the person who strikes that conversation can be able to now have the day. And another thing is, away from that, there is now the political aspect of it. Political organization. Which President William Ruto is again proving to be a better politically organized person than these guys. He is able to understand his numbers. He is able to understand that you can. He's having his polls way before and working on them. He's facing the reality of the vote. He's talking about what City said when he was speaking at some point, when he said that people address the leader and they tell the leader what the leader wants to hear. Now, President Ruto seems to be different in the event that he is taking the political reality that you are unpopular here and you are popular here. And he has made it a culture that his people can actually face him and tell him this truth. Because it's only from political reality that you can then work on yourself. But as long as you keep massaging your ego as a party leader and you want to be told the best thing. I have run for elections before, Mbuvi, and I'll tell you, almost all people who run for elections are told they are winning. Even the one that you know,
hakuna kitu.
If you get to him, you'll be shocked at the things he thinks, because the people around him only tell him when he goes somewhere and people boo him, and they tell him they don't want to listen to him. His supporters and the people around him tell him those guys were paid by our opponent, and now that becomes a soothing message. So it's not about the people. The people are not having a problem with you. It is the opponent that paid them. When you go somewhere and the census is showing that the opinion poll is showing that you are doing very badly here, you have no grounding, people don't even seem to know you, the people around him tell him that poll was sponsored by our opponent. So there is always a calming effect that gets you as an aspirant. Until you learn to accept the truth as an aspirant, until you learn that your people can actually face you and tell you the reality, you can't get so far. You can only get so far. And that's the difference between President William Ruto and these other ones. He understands his political reality, not just from the people who brief him, but also because he has seen it. He saw an uprising in this country, a whole uprising that almost shut this country down. So he knows his political reality, and he is willing to work on that political reality. But now, the anchorage of the opposition is that the reason they believe they are going to beat William Ruto is because the people hate William Ruto. And that is not that strategy. I think
not enough.
Is not enough, because they are actually banking on hope, and hope is not a strategy.
Hapo umebreak hearts the United Opposition wote.
Yeah, and now when you tell them this truth, they again say you are trying to shape a certain narrative. You know, there's always a consoling message you can always give yourself, Mbuvi. Always a consoling message. When you lose, even when you fail exams, there's always a consoling message. But they have to meet the reality, the political reality. Also, the reality
that is facing the opposition is they do not have the instruments of power that the president has. So when the president implements all these housing projects, SHA and whatever it is, there's nothing really much Matiang'i, for example, can do. All he can do is just criticize the project, because you'll be like, okay, umeleta SHA, but SHA iko na shida na shida. Matiang'i hezi toa SHA yake tofauti.
Yes.
Unless now he opens his own insurance company and gives people free medical cover.
But Mbuvi, President William Ruto, in his preceding election 2022,
yes,
Azimio, we had government, We had that advantage that you're talking about.
Right.
But he sold something called the bottom-up economic transformation model or something like that. Yeah? And he anchored it on a promise that became believable.
Yes.
And it is courtesy of that promise that President Ruto sits in State House today. So when you are running for president, it is not the responsibility of your opponent to give you what to talk about, to give you a narrative that works for you. It is your own responsibility to come up with a plan that works.
Right.
So President Ruto cannot be blamed for opposition's lack of a plan. It is the responsibility of opposition to come up with a plan.
Do you really believe the opposition doesn't have a plan? They might not be as good as you were saying in terms of organizing for by-elections and perhaps even the main election.
Yeah.
But do you think all these brains of Dr. Fred Matiang'i and Kalonzo Musyoka, Naiki Nagashagwa, Honorable Martha Karua, what do they have a plan?
So far, I can only talk about the politics as I have seen it, movie. I don't know about their future.
Okay.
But I can only talk about their present and their past because that is what I have seen.
Okay.
And what I have seen so far is I have not seen a plan. In fact, they have told us themselves that they intend not to have any plan. Their plan is just to make Ruto one term. They have said that themselves. Every time they have been pushed to say, can we have a conversation around any real issue? They have delinked themselves and said, no. Our only conversation is the issue of one term. And remember, part of the reason I think this plan of opposition continues to become a moving target is that opposition is made up of people who are a conglomeration of people who are from very diverse background. I try to imagine how Martha Karua is supposed to resonate with Gachagua. And then the same Gachagua they are now supposed to resonate with Kalonzo. Like, these are not people, you know people by the people they actually work with. And there are people you can easily tell that these ones can be able to work together. These ones can actually be able to resonate. But I find the assembly of people in the opposition, apart from the unity of purpose of we want to get out President Ruto, I don't see them looking alike in many other fronts, in very many other fronts, because I don't know whether you see it differently, but I really do not see them, and that's why every other time they keep disagreeing on now they are disagreeing on what Rigathi said about his agreement with Kalonzo on Nairobi, and Kalonzo has now dismissed him. And it's because I don't even think Rigathi really meant it to say it the way he said it. But the nature of Rigathi, the nature of person that he is, his messaging, there is a way his messaging gets out that is a bit more abrasive and a bit more careless. Kalonzo is more a bit reserved.
He's measured.
He's measured, actually, that's the word. He's a bit measured. He wants to be sure of, he wants to think about what he says before he says it, unlike this other one. So, and these two are supposed to work together. And I think that is what makes this extremely difficult, because unless the two people really can agree.
But isn't that what makes a marriage beautiful? And I'm calling it a marriage because eventually that is what is going to be on the headlines. This marriage of you're different, the way you say things, your perspective and mine are very different. And perhaps that is what will help us determine the best way forward.
There is where diversity is strength, but not everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Even the good book says the two cannot work together unless they agree.
Okay.
So there is no way that these people can be able to work together. It's like movie.
Yeah.
We have different hosts in the media space who are very good, but you can't put them together. One needs a reggae show and another one needs an R&B show. Just because he's a good host and the other one is a good host doesn't mean you put them together. It will break at some point. And that is the problem that United Opposition faces, because they are people with just even a normal Kenyan look at when someone looks at the leadership capability, the leadership style, and the leadership potential of Kalonzo Musyoka. How does it look like that of Rigathi Gachagua?
Okay.
And how does it look like that of Martha Karua? And how does it look like that of JB Muturi? This is a cocktail that is just too much for it to actually work. So the truth is, my sad prediction is that the united opposition is more united in the word, not in deed.
Is it maybe perhaps because the reason why you're seeing this confusion, let me call it confusion, for the sake of this argument, the reason you're seeing this is because maybe each is still looking to become the main figure when it comes to the presidential ballot?
You could be able to explain it that way and it would make sense, but it would be part of the excuses that I'm talking about.
Okay.
When people have a problem, let them
these guys
face,
are damned,
let them face the problem and sort the problem. Let them not look for. There is always something you can say about yourself, movie, and you can soothe your soul. They will say, it's because we are still jostling, and all of us are now looking for. There is always an excuse you would really have. I've seen that now DCP wants to celebrate the win in Nairobi. Yet during the election, they didn't even make us know there is anything they are having in Nairobi.
Okay.
There is always a narrative that you can look for in politics. But whereas creation of narratives is good for politics.
Yes.
Creation of narratives based on the political reality is better, and that is what gets you to the end. But when you just create a narrative that soothes your soul and it does not address the political reality, then you are doomed to be heading to failure. And that is the truth. And some of us kept telling them, even before the by-election, that they were heading towards losing this by-election. Why? Because they were meeting it with more energy than strategy.
What you're seeing, we've actually seen before. This isn't new. When the writer talks about there's nothing new under the sun, it's actually absolutely true. When Ford was formed, amidst a great deal of euphoria, it was clear Moi's era was done. When you looked at the people, the personalities who were behind Ford, you knew this one. Kwisha. We were far from Kwisha. Because that Ford disintegrated as we watched, and Moi continued to reign. It took 2002.
Yeah.
2002 for this Rainbow Coalition. And again, look at the parties and look at the people who are involved. The diversity more or less mirrors. The only difference is that you had legacy politicians, people who had been at this thing for quite some time. And they had been in the political space for quite some time. And they had proven to have leadership qualities. Whether you are talking about Charity Ngilu, you're talking about... you just name the people you want to name. There are people who had been... They were seasoned. Okay? And then again, the one thing that changed, Moi was no longer contending.
Good.
It is the person whom he had handpicked who was standing. Okay? Now, we have a situation where these guys are trying to cobble up something that could prove to be something in the opposition. Prior to the formation of Ford as we know it, the very people who later left the government, those early days, there were two. There was the formation of Ford under Jaramogi. Then there was 97. The two different times when people who were supposed to be, who were in government left. President Kibaki at that time, after people like Matiba had left, Rubia had left, he remained. And one statement that is attributed to him was when he said that removing President Moi from the presidency is like trying to cut down a mugumu tree with a razor blade. Okay? That's how formidable. His analysis wasn't wrong. But there are two elements that play into all these things. Time, that we sometimes refer to as a season, and how time influences not just thought processes, but the learning process that people have. If that process of Ford breaking up into Kenya, Asili, and whatever else it broke up into had not happened, the Rainbow Coalition would not have been possible. There was something to learn from that one. It was understood. The only way you win this is if you all come together and stay together. So you bring in your competencies and the support that you have from the regions that you come from. And then the choice of leader was also one that people could resign themselves to. Kibaki, people felt, this guy's been at this thing long enough. You may not have liked certain things, but you figured, this guy's been at this thing long enough. So there are all these things that played into it. Now, if we mirror that into what we have now, I will leave it for those who are listening to figure that one out for themselves. I will not speak much on it. But this is what we have. That they are the united opposition seems to me like they are beginning to formulate something. But that something is far from being formulated.
Yeah. So, Mundalo, what you're saying is basically if we were to hold elections today,
yeah,
for some strange reason,
yeah,
united opposition hakuna kitu anaona.
Yeah, if we were to hold elections today, I can assure you, united opposition first will not be united. So they will have more than one candidate if you hold elections today. If you say go, let's now register the IEBC and we hold elections tomorrow, you'll not see that thing called united opposition. It's only united in the word.
Okay.
But in terms of now the reality, no, they have no strategy yet. They are only operating on euphoric thinking that hate can actually give you the presidency, which is unlike it. And that's why when you look at the biggest losers of the by-election, most of them actually come from the united opposition. Because if you ask me, Mbere election was for Rigiji to win. It was the stamp of authority that indeed I'm not just the self-proclaimed king of the mountain. I am the king of the mountain. That, and to me, even by fact that he went there and camped there for an entire week, was already weakness in itself, because I felt that this election, even if UDA had been able to have a good margin of 1,000 votes or 500 votes, it would be good enough in Mbere, because it was Rigiji's to lose. So the fact that Rigiji actually lost that election was quite an egg on his face in terms of his politics and his dominance and his proclamations in Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
So for me, he was the first biggest casualty of these by-elections. Another person who is a casualty of the by-election, in my view, is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula.
Okay.
Because in a by-election that was not just happening in his region, but in his own ward, where he was a voter.
Where he actually voted.
Losing that kind of election is not very good news, especially as a person claiming to be a principal in the government. Because soon we will be able to be having people in ODM who have won Kasipul starting to ask themselves why this speakership, is it supposed to be this side or this side? That is our political reality. Yeah, an election of that nature, especially it's a ward election, is 3,000 or 4,000 votes. Moses Wetangula losing it is an egg on his face, especially losing in all the polling stations. I don't know the way over there. He lost in all the polling stations, including where he voted. Now, that is quite an egg on Wetangula's face. So I feel he's also one of the major casualties, especially by fact that he did not fold his party. Remember, there was a time then ANC folded and joined UDA. And I dare imagine that if ANC went Malava way, if it was ANC in itself, probably it would have lost. But without the strength of UDA, now that was able to have a win. So how then does Moses Wetangula justify the fact that he did not fold his party? And so that makes him a casualty. The third casualty of this by-election movie to me is ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. Because Edwin Sifuna has created a brand that is anchored on populism. And the populist politics that ODM has played along is that every time ODM gets into trouble, he wins. Because then he can keep rehearsing and repeating the narrative that he has kept saying that you see, I have kept warning you people. You see, I have kept saying this. I have kept saying it's wrong for us to be in this broad-based. I have kept. So for every loss ODM gets, the SG succeeds. And that is how he has anchored his politics lately. Now, the win in Kasipul is not very good for him, because it kind of elevates Gladys Wanga, who becomes a big winner of that by-election. Sifuna not having participated actively in that by-election, and yet ODM wins, gives him an egg. And then to make it worse, ODM loses in Nairobi, where Sifuna is the senator.
Yes.
So if anything, if for nothing, then he needed to at least win Nairobi, where he is the senator. Fact that ODM loses Nairobi to DCP does not again portray this guy in very good light, because for him, Sifuna is supposed to continue being strong. His strength and the capacity of his strength is anchored on the failures of ODM. The more ODM fails, the more he becomes better. So this by-election, with the wins of the broad-based government and the wins that ODM gets through broad-based, puts an egg on Sifuna's face, and it more or less makes the ODM member and the voter ask themselves, what exactly was the role of this SG in all this?
Right.
Where exactly did he? In fact, to make it worse, the only place he tried to appear was in Malava, where he appeared to support Panyako, where again there was a loss. So again, it makes someone wonder, is this guy popular or it's pepper fire? So that makes him one of the biggest losers again in the by-election, whereas the winners are obvious. And if you ask me, the biggest winner of the by-election is Professor Kithure Kindiki, because for a long time we have kept imagining that he's more professorial, nothing huge politically.
Actually, people to an extent just made him look like he was literally nothing apart from a title.
Apart from him being a title and a
that
professor.
was a mistake. Do you know what it takes for somebody to be a professor of law and have a PhD?
We're not talking about his academics.
No. I'm not talking about his academics either.
Yes.
The academics is a manifestation of the brain the person has.
Exactly.
So if that person used that brain and focuses on politics, that is what was ignored. Because the discussion around Kindiki was to ridicule him.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to say that this is what you were mentioning earlier on.
Yeah.
What you focus on, what is interesting to listen to, the ridicule, calling him names and so forth. And you're forgetting, this person is not an idiot.
True.
He may not have been in politics long enough, but he is not. He has actually been elected.
In fact, he has actually been there longer than Rigathi.
He has.
He has been in politics longer than Rigathi. But you see, I told you, when you go to the podium, you say things that people wanna that bring clapping and all that. So when you say soprano and you say such kind of thing, and that's what we're anchored on, and we forgot the reality of what City is saying, that this guy, one, has been here long enough, he's politically experienced, and he's not dumb. By the fact that he's a professor means something. Now, Kindiki just proved that in the by-election. He proved that he is more than what you are imagining him to be. He is not just some other guy who was selected. No, he's politically very strong, and he can actually command the vote, and he can actually marshal people, and he can actually deliver the vote. So to me, he's the biggest winner of the by-election, because I tend to think that at some point people thought that most political players would think it would be obvious that President Ruto in 2027 will pick another running mate. But with that win in Mbeere, there is there is enough evidence for Kindiki to put on the table. Because how else do you prove that you can actually marshal numbers? You only prove through an election. So it continues to be a difficult thing, especially for the
president. One thing about results, you can't generalize. You have to be specific about the places you speak of, and you have to speak of dynamics in terms of voter presence. You have to speak of ethnicity. These are the things you need to think of. Because if, for instance, somebody vies for a certain position within Nairobi, and there's a certain ethnic preponderance in that particular region, a party that is aligned to that ethnicity and the individual standing with that party is more likely to win than somebody who is not. It's not even complicated. Okay? If you look at some of the places, like, say, if we give an example of, say, Narok, okay? And you look at some of the members of the MCAs we have there, and you look at an election, you have to ask a similar question, because there are ethnic groups that are represented in some of these major places. For instance, if you talk about, say, a place like Juja, to assume that it's only the people who are native to that particular place who vote, you'd be wrong.
Not true.
The other communities, they're Kambas, they're Luas, they're Luyas, they're Kisis. Okay? Where will they vote? And what percentage of the vote? Now, anybody who does not consume granularized data of that nature when trying to pitch or trying to secure position, you will get it absolutely wrong.
But anyway, if we take that into consideration and take what he has said into consideration, and then go back to what DCP leader had said a couple of weeks back, he had said that he had told the country that he has that area locked. The entire Mount Kenya region locked, and I think he mentioned something to the tune of 8 million votes.
Yes, 8 million strong.
So clearly, they are not 8 million strong.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. This has really, that's why I call him the biggest loser of the by-elections, because Rigiji had successfully given it to him. He had created a narrative that had become so sellable,
and we had bought
that narrative. Especially everyone else who is not from Mount Kenya, especially within the leadership even of the opposition. He had made it look like, I have already done my work, you do yours. He had already made everyone feel like when he's talking to the media, he wants to guilt trip Matiang'i and tell him to go and count the kisses that he has.
Now I'm sure Matiang'i alimtext akamwambia,
we need to talk.
Paul, let me tell you something that you need to consider even as we finish.
10 seconds.
Matiang'i is more of a leader of his people than Ricky J is. You know why?
Yeah.
Have you seen Matiang'i on a podium claiming any leadership? Have you seen him going about talking about the things he's going to do? And yet, if you talk to people from his region, they're telling you it is Matiang'i.
Yes,
they are the ones. They are telling you, not Matiang'i telling us, my people are behind me.
And that's exactly what leadership is about.
Right.
It's not about your proclamation. It's about what the people decide. When the people say you are their leader, you are more their leader than when you are the one who keeps insisting
declaring
and reminding them. Before they sleep, you have to again have an interview and remind them again that you are their leader. The more you remind people that you are their leader, the more you are actually the more you are actually not.
Mundalo, thank you so much for having this conversation with us this morning. This is where we come to a close. Guys, see you tomorrow morning bright and early. A big shout out to those ones who I couldn't read your comments. Life with Tamara, Stanley Ogula, Mbes, Star Kenya. Thank you so much. Let's meet tomorrow morning bright and early.